안녕하십니까. 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스 2일차의 사회를 맡은 조주연입니다. 어제에 이어서 오늘 다시 한번 이렇게 인사드리게 되었는데요. 참여해주신 모든 분들께 정말 감사의 인사드립니다. 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스는 세계 곳곳에 만연한 갈등과 차별의 문제들을 진단하고 또 더 나아가서는 공존과 또 평화를 이루기 위한 공론의 장입니다. 우리가 모두 직면하고 있는 다양한 평화 및 안보 관련된 현안들을 나누는 세션과 또 나아가서는 평화 이니셔티브에 대한 국제사회의 시각을 공유하는 세션들로 구성이 될 것입니다. 또한 서울을 중심으로 국내외 최초로 출범한 다자간 평화연구협의체가 참여해서 연구기관들이 일상과 한반도 그리고 세계 평화의 이슈들을 함께 토의하는 아주 뜻깊은 자리가 될 것입니다. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, of course, depending on wherever you are. Welcome back to Day 2 of the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021. Once again, I greet you after yesterday. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho. The Seoul Peace Initiative Conference seeks to provide a platform for coexistence and peace. And we will be discussing the issues at hand related to conflicts and discrimination in our society, and of course, including Seoul. And we will also be looking at the international perspectives centered around the Seoul Peace Initiative, or Seoul-led Peace Initiative, and of course discuss the current and pending issues of peace and security. The Seoul Institute established the Seoul Peace Initiative Consortium, bringing together international institutions that study peace and security at home and abroad. And it's the first multilateral peace research panel, which will fortify Seoul's research capabilities and, of course, provide a powerful platform for local governance for peace. 네, 제가 지금 오늘 서 있는 서울 온 스튜디오의 배경이 어제와는 좀 더 다르다는 것을 인식을 하셨을 텐데요. 평화연구협의체 13개 기관이 이제 위치해 있는 각각 도시들의 랜드마크를 이렇게 표현을 해보았습니다. 랜드마크들을 다 모아놓아서 좀 평화축제라는 의미에서 이렇게 두 번째 날에는 구성을 해보았습니다. And as you can see, the background of our virtual conference studio is different from yesterday. Today, we wanted to showcase the landmark buildings of the 13 different cities of which the think tanks are located in. And of course, we wanted to express a peace festival through the background. I hope that you will be able to enjoy the new design for today. 네, 본행사는 본행사의 유튜브 채널에서 한영 동시통역과 함께 실시간으로 중계가 되고 있습니다. 문자 통역도 제공이 되는데요. 문자 통역 서비스는 소지하고 계신 디지털 기기를 이용해서 사용하실 수 있습니다. This conference is streamed live on the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021 YouTube channel. Simultaneous interpretation for Korean and English are provided, so please select your respective channels. 본 컨퍼런스의 저작권은 서울시와 서울연구원에 있습니다. 사전 동의 없이 발표 자료, 이미지, 영상 등을 무단으로 사용하는 경우 저작권 침해에 해당될 수 있으며 콘텐츠의 2차 가공과 배포는 금지되어 있습니다. All copyrights to this conference belong to the Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Seoul Institute, and unauthorized use of presentation materials, images, and videos without consent from Seoul Metropolitan Government could constitute as copyright infringement. The reproduction or distribution of the conference through recording or videotaping is also strictly prohibited. 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스가 진행되고 있는 이 동대문 디자인 플라자 화상 스튜디오 서울 온에서는 코로나19 방역 수칙을 준수하며 모든 행사를 진행하고 있음을 알려드립니다. And the virtual conference room that we are in right now has been disinfected and is following the quarantine guidelines. 제1회 서울 평화 싱크탱크 국제 컨퍼런스 공식 홈페이지에 가보시면 시민 참여 이벤트를 다양하게 진행하고 있습니다. 참가자 여러분들의 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다. There are also live events going on at the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021 website. So please take a look at the official website and do participate for a memorable conference. 네, 그럼 행사 2일차의 첫 번째 세션이죠. 세 번째 세션을 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 세 번째 세션은 평화 안보의 지정학적 접근이라는 주제로 진행이 되겠습니다. 네, 이번 세션의 좌장을 맡아주실 유현석 경희대학교 정경대학 정치외교학과 교수님을 모시겠습니다. The first session of the day for day 2 is in fact session 3. It's a geopolitical approach to peace and security. We will now move on with our session. It's my great honor to introduce to you our moderator, Professor Hyun-seok, Professor of the Department of Political Science at Kyunghee University. Please welcome Professor Yu.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021. My name is Hyun-seok Yu, professor at Kyunghee University, and I am the chair of the session number 3, titled Geopolitical Approach. Can you hear me? To peace and security. On behalf of the SPIC, I welcome all participants of this session and the audience who are with us via YouTube online streaming. We've been talking about the return of geopolitics for some years, and I still think that geopolitics is a dominant factor in international relations in East Asia and even in the world, especially when the two superpowers on the collision course. Current security environment in East Asia is quite volatile, as shown the cross-strait crisis and then growing tension in South China Sea. So I believe this conference, especially this session, is very timely and valuable to understand the current security issue in the region, including Korean Peninsula. Without further ado, let me introduce the participants of this session. We have 3 speakers. Professor Dan Smith from SIPRI, Sweden. Okay. Professor Stein Tonnesson from PRIO, Peace Research Institute, Oslo, Norway. And Professor Kevin Clemens from Toda Peace Research Institute, Japan. Okay. Thank you for joining us. We also have 3 discussants. To my left, Dr. Lee Tae from KINU, Korea Institute for National Unification, and Professor John Delory from my far left, from Yonsei University, GSIS, Graduate School of International Studies, Seoul, Korea. And finally, Dr. Richard McGregor, Lowy Institute, of course, Australia. Welcome all of you. Regarding time management, we have about 97 minutes, less than 1 and 40 minutes, basically very tight schedule. So I'll give 15 minutes each for 3 speakers first. Then 3 discussants have 10 minutes each for discussion. After that, paper presenters have 2 or 3 minutes to respond. If you don't have anything to respond, just skip your turn. It's okay. And after that, if time permits, I open the floor and then taking questions from the audiences. So this is basic rule. And now I'm going to invite the director, Dan Smith, for his presentation. Dan, are you ready?
Indeed, I am.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, floor is yours.
Thank you. And I will share my screen to start, which always takes a second, but hopefully no more than that. And maybe somebody would put their thumbs up to tell me that they can see my screen. Thank you, Kevin. So my topic today is the geopolitical context. And as our moderator has already said, there are elements of serious concern. I think that the situation in the last half decade has been one where we have seen a quite considerable deterioration in the international security environment. There are the factors which are listed on the screen here. Global military spending has been rising persistently, and whatever the justifications that each state feels for why its military spending must be high, when you look at the whole situation, if military spending is increasing, that is evidence of perceptions of insecurity all round. The military spending even rose during 2020 when the effects of the pandemic were beginning to bite on public spending budgets in many, many different countries, and when in fact all the world's national economies except for 20 shrank during the course of 2020 because of the pandemic. Global military spending now is just under $2 trillion, and that is the highest that it's been since the end of the Cold War. If it was just the military spending, then maybe one would say, well, it's just a question of people buying expensive toys, but that's not the case. The number of armed conflicts has also increased over the last decade. It's also true that at the moment, in the second half of the decade, the number of fatalities has been falling, even as the number of armed conflicts has been increasing. And there are some people I know who are inclined to read this as good news, and honestly, in a world where many things are quite bleak, it is certainly understandable that one seeks for good news all the time. But 2 points. First of all, the total number of fatalities in the second decade of this century is twice what it was in the first decade of this century. That is mostly the result of the Syrian civil wars. Secondly, part of what is happening, I think, is that the nature of armed conflicts and the nature of violence is changing. And for many conflict actors, it becomes less important actually to, in the expression that was once used in the war in Guatemala, kill them all. It's less important to do that. It's more important to control them all. And the way in which control can be achieved, amongst others, is through intimidation. And in one sense, one could say rather coolly that, well, a little bit of killing goes a long way when what you are seeking to do is to control a country or a part of a country or a village because you want to be trafficking narcotics or people or arms through that area, and you need the community either to turn a blind eye or even to give active support. And so I think that one of the things which is happening is that at a local level, in many different countries, the atmosphere of intimidation and insecurity is increasing regardless of what is actually happening with the statistics of death. A second aspect of the problem that we've been facing is in arms control and cooperation. Nuclear arms control has been stagnating for a decade now. It's not simply a result of the Trump administration that US-Russian arms control went into a kind of crisis during the last several years. The complaints from the American side about Russian non-compliance with the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty began in 2013 under President Obama. It's true that at the beginning of the Obama administration, the New START agreement was achieved, which continued the historic trend of reductions in nuclear weapons between the USA and Russia. But that whole process of bilateral arms control, that whole architecture of arms control that had been constructed at the end of the Cold War, some 30 years ago, was visibly heading into crisis before Donald Trump took office as president of the US. It is true also, however, that he showed a very marked distaste for any measure of arms control whatsoever, apart, perhaps strangely, apart from nuclear arms control diplomacy with North Korea. But the arms control arrangement with Iran, arms control arrangements with Russia, the Open Skies Treaty were all abandoned by the USA during the course of his presidency. It's important that the Biden administration, one of its first steps was to renew the New START agreement, which had a clause in it allowing it to be extended for 5 years. And the Biden administration did that within days of taking office. And that was a very welcome measure. I think if it had not happened, then we would be in a really deep and very pressing and urgent nuclear crisis at the moment. So that was very welcome, but all that has done is to buy some time in which the underlying arms control problems, both between the USA and Russia, and the big question of whether or not to include China, and the smaller questions that come after that of whether or not to include Britain and France, and the interesting and dynamic questions of if you're including China, Britain, and France in nuclear arms control, why are you not also including Israel, India, Pakistan, and of course, North Korea as well? All these questions remain to be dealt with, and they're very complex. It will take a lot of hard work. And there's a now just under or just over 4-year deadline on that. And as arms control stumbles on, the forward march of technology continues at pace with many, many new military applications which are capable of destabilizing a lot of our basic assumptions about arms control and how it should be conducted. That's, in some sense, the global view. We've also seen increasing confrontations and incidents at a more, you could say, local or regional level. 3 dyads in particular are marked out as being particularly worrying, I think. Iran and Saudi Arabia in the Middle East and Gulf, and their respective allies on each side, of course. India and Pakistan in South Asia, and China and India as well. And these confrontations were escalating at different points during 2018, 2019, and 2020. There has been something of a ambiguous balance between escalation and restraint in the last 2 years, 2020 and this year so far. And the case of North Korea is an interesting example of what I mean, but one sees the same thing as between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and to some degree between India and Pakistan. Thus, in the case of North Korea, for example, the Joint Liaison Office was in the demilitarized zone was destroyed in the middle of 2020. And yet, when an incident happened in the autumn of 2020, in which a South Korean official entered the northern zone at sea and was killed, there was an official apology coming from the North Korean leadership. This year, we've seen the resumption of missile testing, which is extremely worrying, but we've seen a warmer and a gentler rhetoric coming out of North Korea and suggestions about the possibility of an end of war declaration. So it's a sort of, as I say, an ambiguous balance between escalation and restraint. And I gave the North Korean example, and one's seen similar things also in the other dyads. Now, I think that what marks out East Asia as being particularly worrisome is the close involvement of China and the US. In the Middle East and Gulf, the US is present there, and of course, other powers are present diplomatically. But military engagement of other external powers than the US in the Middle East has been really primarily confined to Syria. And in Syria, Russian forces and other external forces, American, British, German, and French, have very carefully been kept apart from each other up until now. In the case of the South China Seas, however, we're seeing an increasing readiness of the different navies to confront each other. And I mean, it's a couple of years now since a Chinese and American warship passed within 40 meters of each other. And I think that there is a potential for more such incidents to be happening. But at the same time, I think that again, one sees this odd combination of escalation and a certain degree of restraint. Escalation in the sense of the increasing willingness to have a presence there by the Western powers, the increasing determination, the rising profile of Chinese forces also in the South China Sea, but willingness on both sides to try to maneuver away from each other. They really are more like rutting stags than anything else. They're showing their capacities, but they're not really utilizing them. So I think that overall one has to say that at the moment the world situation is bad, but it's not getting worse. And as I said, when one faces a relatively bleak security horizon, one finds good news in anything. The process of deterioration of international security that we saw persistently in 2017, 18, and 19 slowed down and stabilized. It hasn't reversed, but it's stabilized. So we are at a kind of impasse at the moment. I think that there were many observers and many commentators who thought that the election of Joe Biden, the ousting of Donald Trump in the election in November 2020, would lead to a transformation in global politics. And unfortunately, I think that there are several reasons why that simply is not likely to be the case. Of course, the election of Joe Biden signals a return of the US towards something that is much more of what we old, long-time students of international relations think of as being the norm, for good or bad. There's a fairly broad range that is the norm. There's some things we like in that and some things we dislike in that. But Biden is within the norm and Trump was outside it. And I think it is welcome that we have a US president who is within the norm. But the US does not have the kind of power that it had in the 90s and the ability just to settle the shape of things. Secondly, the record of the Biden administration so far is clear. He's not going to back down from certain confrontations which he judges and his advisors judge to be strategically necessary. And thirdly, I think one should not overestimate the degree to which the electoral defeat of Donald Trump means the departure of Trumpism from the US political stage. It is really there and quite strong. America firstism, the uncertainty about cooperation, the insecurity in the US about the idea that the international system, which it did so much to construct, actually favors it. These factors are very strong. And when it comes right down to it, the November 2020 election was a very close-run affair. Although Joe Biden won several million more votes and as a president has more votes than any other presidential candidate in history, and by the way, the second most successful presidential candidate in history, if measured by votes, is actually Donald Trump in losing the 2020 election to Biden. But when it comes right down to it, the election was settled, as was the 2016 election, by the shift in a few thousand votes in a number of what are called battleground states. So it was a very close-run thing. So I don't think that one should expect that the US, even if it has the will, has the capacity to transform the world. And as I say, the Trumpism remains very strong in the US, and Biden's administration cannot ignore domestic US realities and the uncertainty about cooperation and about the US's proper place in the world. So what can we draw out of this to finish off? Well, I think I haven't talked very much, or barely at all, just a brief mention about issues like climate change and the pandemic, the hyperconnectivity of the world. But in this world, the world of today, the main problems demand cooperative solutions. If you think that the US or China or Russia or India or Brazil or however big the state or South Korea or North Korea can solve the problems that that state faces alone, then you are wrong. Right? It is only possible to resolve many of these major issues, if at all, it is only possible to do it through serious cooperation. And that's why I remark, as one of my takeaways, that cooperation is the new realism and is henceforth at the heart of policies that are genuinely seeking to enhance security. And the second thing to understand is that in this hyperconnected world, security in any region is essentially indivisible from the global scene of international stability, human security, and human well-being. And that applies to Northeast Asia as it applies to everywhere else. That, as I understand it, is the geopolitical context for thinking about peace and development in Northeast Asia. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dan. You are very punctual and also provide us kind of the bird's eye view of world security landscape, which is not very positive at all. Thank you very much. And then now I invite the Stein Tonnesson, Professor Stein Tonnesson from the PRIO. Please.
Thank you very much. I will follow up Dan Smith's global overview, rather pessimistic overview, but calling for international cooperation by looking at one particular crisis, geopolitical crisis, and that's the one that is unfolding in Myanmar since the coup on the 1st of February this year. I will start by emphasizing how extremely deep the crisis in Myanmar has become. And let me also say that the text for my presentation has been published by the Toda Institute at the address that you see on the bottom of the screen. The crisis is deep. It's a crisis of constitution where the government, where the present military government, through its coup, broke with the constitution that the military had itself designed in 2008. It's a crisis because it led to an immediate and massive reaction from the Myanmar people through civil disobedience movements, an innovative movement, which was then met by both blind and targeted violence by the military. This has in turn led to counter-violence with People's Defense Forces being formed around Myanmar and targeting collaborators with violence. It is an economic crisis with a drop in foreign investments, withdrawal of foreign investments. It's a crisis of new sanctions against the regime that hurt also the population. And it is a crisis of unemployment, soaring unemployment, and also of health when the COVID-19 pandemic struck Myanmar for real in 2021. So it's a deep crisis in the country itself. And this is also an international crisis that affects the neighboring countries, Thailand, Laos, China, India, Bangladesh. And I will focus primarily on China here because China is the country that I see to have the greatest influence. It's the biggest trading partner. It's the largest investor. And it has the power needed to affect events inside the country, more such power than other countries. But China is facing a number of dilemmas. The first dilemma is, should China just wait and see, or should it take clear initiatives vis-à-vis Myanmar? So far, my impression is that China has chosen a wait and see attitude, a kind of hedging its bets and not quite knowing how to react. I think China disliked the coup, but they also see that the Tatmadaw, the armed forces in Myanmar, have a role to play and will continue to have a role to play. So China has continued to work economically and practically with the government, even under the military junta. The second dilemma that China faces is the question of whether China should intervene to protect its own interests in Myanmar or not. And these are two kinds of interests that are particularly important. The first is that there are about 2 to 3 million Chinese, ethnic Chinese people living in Myanmar. Many of them are Chinese citizens, some have dual citizenship, and they would be affected by anti-Chinese sentiments in Myanmar if China were to act in ways that would confront serious interests in the country itself. The other, perhaps even more important interest that China has is the construction that is ongoing of a transportation corridor from Western China, Yunnan province, down to the Bay of Bengal. Pipelines for oil and gas have already been there for some time. Roads are now being constructed, and there are also plans for a railway and for a port down at the coast with an industrial zone, and also an industrial zone at the border between China and Myanmar. This is a prestige project within the Belt and Road Initiative, and China has every interest in political stability in Myanmar in order to protect this construction. If the construction work should be threatened by conflicts inside the country, then China might be tempted or drawn to intervene, even in force, perhaps through security companies, and I think that is something China wants to avoid. The third dilemma is a dilemma vis-à-vis the conflict in Myanmar between the military and the various ethnic armed groups. China is selling weapons to the military, and it's at the same time most probably providing weapons through some ethnic groups to other ethnic groups, so that both sides in these conflicts are actually depending on weapons from China. China also has considerable influence over the armed groups that operate near the Chinese border. And a dilemma for China is, shall it allow them to continue to engage in active struggle against the military, or shall it push them towards dealing with the military and in a kind of peace process? China was probably hoping during the government of Aung San Suu Kyi until this year that the peace process she was running would make it possible to also engage the groups that are close to China. But these groups are strongly present in the areas where China constructs the transportation corridor. So China depends on its relations both with the government, the military, and with these groups when it constructs the corridor. This, I think, is a deep dilemma. The fourth dilemma is, which of the ethnic majority organizations should China work with? Should it work with the Tatmadaw, the military who conducted this illegitimate coup? Should it continue to maintain relations with Aung San Suu Kyi's party, the National League for Democracy? Or should it even establish ties with the new National Unity Government, which is a coalition of various forces that fight against the junta? My impression of China's approach is that China's preference probably would be to work with Aung San Suu Kyi and the NLD, if that were possible, because during her reign, she fell out with the West when she failed to criticize the military for the expulsion of the Rohingya, and she put a lot of emphasis on building ties with China. My impression is also that China favors party-to-party relations and does not particularly like military governments. On the other hand, China is afraid that the generational shift that has happened in NLD politics after Aung San Suu Kyi was put in prison by the military will lead to a more radical democratic movement that can harm also China's need for political stability. So the main need of China here would be to see a release of Aung San Suu Kyi as the force who could perhaps provide more stability. The last dilemma I will talk about is the question of whether China should act alone, on its own, and directly vis-à-vis Myanmar through, for instance, its special envoy to Myanmar, or work with the United Nations or ASEAN. And what we have seen unfold recently is China's clear preference for working through ASEAN. Not so much the United Nations, although that might perhaps improve with the United Nations appointment of a special envoy, Noeleen Heyzer, who is from Singapore, but mainly through ASEAN. And what I would point out here is that there is a special opportunity perhaps for China to play its cards well in the period ahead when Cambodia is taking over the chairmanship in ASEAN. Hun Sen has long been a favorite of China, and when ASEAN refused to invite the military dictator Min Aung Hlaing from Myanmar to its recent summit, that has certainly been clarified also with China in advance. Now we are waiting to see if China will invite Min Aung Hlaing to a commemorative summit for the 30 years of cooperation between ASEAN and China in Beijing, scheduled for the 22nd of November. It's now probably unlikely that he will be invited after he was not invited to the ASEAN summit, and that will be a very strong signal from China of dislike for the military dictator, whose days might then be counted. It's also here, I'm always trying to look for solutions or possibilities that could lead to something positive. And I see Cambodia here as having a chance to play a significant role. China has lost standing in ASEAN through its support for China in the South China Sea issue, or its failure to support the ASEAN countries against China in the South China Sea. Now with Myanmar, China could turn its links with, Cambodia could turn its links with China into an advantage by working with China and ASEAN to obtain change in Myanmar. And that change would take the form of releasing Aung San Suu Kyi, President Win Myint, and the others who are in prison, and engage in a kind of dialogue between the various parties in Myanmar, following up ASEAN's decision that it wants to demand this. And probably, although that cannot, of course, be said by Cambodia or China, this will require a replacement of Min Aung Hlaing as commander-in-chief with a professional military officer, and the establishment of some kind of coalition government between the NLD and other parties in Myanmar. So what I want to suggest to you here is that China has a chance, together with Cambodia, to increase the standing and status of both countries internationally by helping the Myanmar people resolve its present crisis and save it from sliding further into the abyss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Stein Tonnesson. Very informative presentation, and also I'm quite curious about the geopolitical implication of the Myanmar crisis and then the way the China handled this crisis. Somebody might bring up this issue later. And then finally, I invite the director, Kevin Clements, from Toda Research Institute, Japan. Kevin, please.
Thank you. I'll just also share my screen if I can. Oops, not. As you'll see from the beginning of my presentation here, I'm doing this with my colleagues Ria Shibata and Hugh Mile. The Toda Peace Institute has a major research and practice theme now, which is oriented towards trust and trust building in Northeast Asia. So this is a joint presentation of some of the learnings that we've made in relation to thinking through how to compensate for the trust deficit, which needs to be addressed if we're going to do what Dan suggested, advance higher levels of collaboration and cooperation. As Steen and Timo and others have said, East Asia has had a relatively peaceful environment since 1979 and experienced a long period of free of interstate war. But what we're beginning to discern is that long Asian peace is really weakening in the current context. Rising nationalism has reduced the commitment of political leaders to announce war and avoid disputes. Japan's former Prime Minister Abe Shinzo and his successor Suga Yoshihide and Kishida have sought to eliminate the war announcing clause in the Japanese constitution. And President Xi Jinping of China has refused to rule out the use of force in the sovereignty dispute with Taiwan. So the challenge facing states and peoples in Northeast Asia is how to address the reassertion of nationalism, how to ensure that regional solidarity is enhanced rather than diminished, and how to boost trust levels between Asian states and peoples as they seem to be under threat at the moment. The trust deficit, as we all know, stems to some extent from past strategic rivalries and very much from bitter memories of the past. The competitive nationalism and divergent collective memories of the same traumatic history have been powerful drivers of negative relationships in the region, particularly between Korea and Japan, but also between China and Japan. And these historical memories really have impeded trust building in the post-war period. If we focus our attention a little bit on South Korea and Japan, since this is a workshop that's based in Seoul, the relationships between both countries illustrate the trust deficit very clearly. Even though both states have got well interconnected economies and share similar values and an alliance with the US, their mutual distrust is very high. So 75% of South Koreans feel that Japan can't be trusted, and 73% of Japanese feel that South Korea can't be trusted. 87% of South Koreans feel that Japan hasn't shown enough remorse and needs to apologize for colonial injustices from 1910 to 1945, and Kishida's negotiation of the comfort woman issue, which Abe thought was resolved a few years ago, remains a very bitter division between Japan and Korea. And on the other side, 80% of the Japanese public feel apology fatigue and claim that their government has done enough to atone for its wartime past, and additional apologies are not necessary. And in particular, in relation to comfort women, of course, they really do want to make sure that there is some very direct and Japanese government to comfort women, the survivors of the comfort women, a direct apology made to those. So in order to understand the sort of driving force behind identity politics in both countries, esteem for one's nation and its moral status are the factors that are shaping group behavior. Building trust anywhere is challenging when divisions exist and when distrust rather than trust characterizes the relationships. And this is particularly so in Northeast Asia. If Japan and Korea, for example, which are allies of the United States, find it so hard to overcome the past, it's still harder for Japan and China, which consider themselves adversaries, where the historical memories are strongly entangled with security competition, and where there's no real, apart from the massive Japanese development assistance to China in the 70s and 80s, where there's no real history of collaboration and cooperation over the past 20 years. So a determined approach to addressing the historical issues is kind of a prerequisite to overcoming the trust deficit and to build better relationships in the region. Allen and Batal said in 2016, the essence of the problem of trust is how to establish lasting expectations about the behavior of others when there's an element of risk in doing so. And I think this is one of the big issues that, to try and rebuild trust between the former adversaries in Northeast Asia always involves a reactivation of historic memories, always involves a sort of very deep and visceral mistrust. So the first thing we've got to begin thinking of is sort of best case scenarios for the region, a positive vision for the region that that hinges on trustworthy relationships and a willingness to be vulnerable and to take risks in transnational relationship building. And I think we're not quite there yet in relation to a context within which risk-taking in order to build a trustworthy and reciprocal relationships is on the agenda. The next step, after we've thought of best case scenarios and envisaged some positive relationships, is how to deal with enemy images and stereotypes and focus on cooperative reframing of the context and relationships. And this requires that parties empathize with the position of the other and come to see how the situation looks from the other side. So instead of spats over history, for example, between Japan and Korea, this would require Japan understanding something of Korean security threats and how Japanese history with Korea affects the relationship. And it requires some positive effort to really begin thinking about a totally new relationship, which is based on higher levels of collaboration, high levels of cooperation, and some collaborative problem solving about the issues confronting the region, among which COVID-19 and climate change, as well as a provocative military action on all sides, is an essential part. So the essence of the conflict resolution approach, therefore, is to seek a turn from unpeaceful to peaceful relationships, to build a new relationship between adversaries, which means opening to new possibilities in the adversary and in the situation, and starting from a position that positive change is a possibility and can never be excluded, even when things look bleak. And this also has to take into account that initiatives based on a measure of trust and risk aren't guaranteed success. Trust may be broken out of bad faith because there's still an unwillingness to shed enemy images. Trust, the risk involved in trust, nevertheless, is something that needs to be addressed because if you can build a trustworthy and positive relationship and improve relationships while avoiding the cost of a destructive conflict, then that risk is certainly well worth it. The prudential argument is that when the stakes are very high, as they are in Northeast Asia, the risks of trust are less costly than the risks of failing to trust. So I think if we can begin addressing, and the state parties and leaders in the region can begin addressing the benefits that might be gained from a risk-taking strategy, a prudential risk-taking strategy, that's highly beneficial. Wheeler argues that trust entrepreneurs need to move from enemy images to awareness that both are in the same security dilemma that involves empathetic consciousness. And it's prepared by initiatives at the civil society level and with trust entrepreneurs who've got good relationships with political leaders on all sides of the dyadic and triadic conflicts. The trust entrepreneur sends signals, makes conciliatory gestures, or takes steps to demonstrate a non-hostile relationships and in order to invite reciprocation. And that's something I think which needs to be made much more explicit in all of the bilateral and trilateral relationships in the region. Even if potential adversaries don't respond, the trust entrepreneurs should hold open the door until dialogue becomes possible. And in relation to North Korea, as Dan's already mentioned, for example, the signals coming out of North Korea right now is that there is a willingness to begin thinking about an end to the armistice and a permanent peace agreement. Trust entrepreneurs seek meetings and dialogue to cement mutual shifts from thinking about the conflict in rivalry terms, thinking in collaborative and team-building terms. And further steps can follow to entrench cooperation, institutionalize relationships, and create incentives for further trust building. So these are sort of some of the measures, I think, that need to be explored in relation to Northeast Asia. This will require a considerable imagination on the part of the leaders and by civil society actors and others to create the right conditions for trust building. Coming to terms with the past is critical to building trust, and failing to come to terms with it will perpetuate distrust. And I would like to propose that the most striking example of trust building in Northeast Asia is indeed President Moon's Trust Politique, which was launched in 2017, which was an appeal for peace and dialogue, which set out a very clear set of principles and strategies and reciprocated tensions and reduction in tensions and a subsequent peace process. And that included a peace treaty, agreement of Korean Peninsula free of nuclear weapons, and a comprehensive Korean-led peace process. And there are a number of civil society initiatives that are at play right now that are being developed to try and create these right conditions for trust and confidence building. TODA, for example, just held a workshop between Korean and Japanese opinion leaders about 6 weeks ago to analyze the sources of antagonism between both countries and to suggest ways in which the stereotypes and enemy images each had of the other could be replaced by more positive and collaborative perspectives. One of the reasons why there's an impasse at the moment is that many of the Japanese and Korean politicians that used to kind of work on building positive relationships, including Nanaka Hiromu, an influential LDP leader, are no longer around, which means that some of the important trust builders aren't there anymore. And similarly, those who are active in the Japan-South Korean Parliamentarians Association have died, and the new generation of Korean and Japanese politicians haven't taken their place and reinvigorated this important channel of communication between both countries. So my conclusion is that trust building is fundamental to the East Asian peace, just as trust building is fundamental to building stable, peaceful relationships at a global level. This occurs through confidence building, delinking historical memories from threat perceptions, and moving from rivalries and strategic competition to cooperative security relationships. The new academic literature on trust suggests that it's possible to go beyond enemy images to developing security dilemma sensibility and consciousness of the part that each player has to make in terms of making sure that conditions and relationships become more positive, and to build processes in which confidence building, de-escalation, and cooperative security arrangements can play their part in building peace. And finally, trust entrepreneurs are vital in this process. I mean, these can be political leaders like Moon Jae-in. They can be civil society actors, prominent civil society actors, people like Chung Moon, for example, who's done a huge amount of work in this area. It requires persistence and an acknowledgement that this sort of long-term trust building for long-term stable political relationships are often ignored and treated with suspicion in a climate of mistrust. But if we don't try, then we're never going to be able to develop relatively spontaneous, productive and positive relationships. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kevin, for your excellent presentation and also suggesting very creative solution for trust deficit in East Asia. My only worry is that the Professor Moon is already have too many hats, too busy for this role of trust entrepreneur. This is the conclusion of our presentation session. Now, the discussants waiting for their turn. Let me first invite Dr. Lee Woo-tae from the KINU, the Korea Institute for National Unification. You have 10 minutes, but you can use it whatever you want. Yeah, thank you. Please.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Director of the Humanitarianism and Cooperation Research Division at KINU at the Republic of Korea. It is a great honor for me to participate in this very important forum, and I had the opportunity to read the presentations of the three distinguished scholars, and I obtained a lot of food for thought and gave me a lot of discussion points to consider. So this is a very informative session for me. I listened well to the presentations and read the presentations of these scholars. So rather than giving some questions about particular points raised in the presentations, I would just like to stick to some other general matters that came to my mind. As I listened to the presentations and read the papers, I think that we can summarize the findings of the scholars into several keywords. In the case of Mr. Dan Smith, it's cooperation and confrontation. I think that those could be some keywords. And for Dr. Stein-Tonneson, it would be the intervention of the state. And for Dr. Kevin Clements, trust building could be a keyword that we could pull from his presentation. Let me first go to Director Dan Smith's presentation. The end of 2019 and early 2020, if we would rewind back to those months at the time, COVID-19 was just about to become a pandemic around the world. And countries and citizens around the world were waiting to see how the countries are going to engage in international collaboration, because international cooperation was being emphasized and many people were looking and anticipating international cooperation to happen. And in fact, early on, there were some efforts towards international cooperation to overcome the pandemic. But now, after a year and a half has passed, if we look back at what happened and try to draw a conclusion, we can see that early on in the COVID-19 outbreak, and if we were to compare that against today, I feel that instead of international cooperation, we've seen more international strife and competition. For example, the major powers' competition surrounding vaccines and their supply. And in terms of the vaccine supply, there was an isolation and neglect of the smaller, weaker nations. There's also the issue of technological monopoly regarding the technology that goes into the development of the vaccine. So when there is an issue that occurs like this, instead of cooperation, we're seeing more competition. Director Dan Smith, as he has mentioned, when there's non-traditional security threats, there's also these traditional security threats, and there's obviously confrontation and competition regarding the security, the traditional security threats. But if we were to add another layer of the non-traditional security threats to the traditional security threats, we have to ask ourselves, will the countries make the choice to engage in cooperation over competition? I am very skeptical about that, because if we look at the trends right now in international society, the countries around the world, when they have their interests locked in, or when they have to consider their interests regarding a certain event or incident, they're going to go for anything that will protect their interests, whether it be an arms race or even when there is a little bit of a space for cooperation that is carved out by dialogue, we are able to see that these non-traditional security threats are going to come in the future with more frequency. This will lead to more competition among countries. So even though there is more emphasis being placed on international cooperation, when there's a new issue that is threatening the survival of the countries, they're going to turn inward and try to protect their own self-interests. And this kind of conflicts and competition are going to get worse, which is why I would like to ask a question to Mr. Dan Smith, which is the non-traditional security threats like climate change or infectious disease. There are so many of these threats out there, like cyber threats and etc. There's this increasing importance of non-traditional security, but would this translate into more cooperation among states or new competition among states, added to the existing competition that already is there regarding traditional security threats? That's my first question to Mr. Dan Smith. And secondly, we listened well to Dr. Stein-Tonneson's presentation on Myanmar and the issue of choice and opportunity for China. That's very interesting to hear. When I teach my students, when the Myanmar crisis came about, I urge the students to pay more attention to the Myanmar crisis, and I had the opportunity to also meet some students from Myanmar. When there is a crisis in one single state, there are two kinds of policies that other states can take. One is indirect intervention, and the other is direct intervention. When there is indirect intervention, typically these will be through diplomatic means, maybe through trying to foster public opinion internationally and try to create some kind of diplomatic pressure. Direct intervention can also be classified into two kinds of intervention. One is through IOs, or international organizations. As Dr. Stein-Tonneson mentioned, there's the R2P concept, or responsibility to protect, that IOs they use that concept to engage in intervention. Or there's also direct intervention by states, like the US going into the Iraq War or getting into Afghanistan. So when there is a state trying to legitimize their intervention into a separate state, that's direct intervention by that particular state. My question right here is, whatever form the intervention would take, can we justify any form of intervention by one state into another? Can we really call that a humanitarian approach? Is there any way to justify a state's intervention into another state's matters? That's my question, whether or not any form of intervention can be justified away. And yes, there is a matter of what choice China is going to take. So I personally want to ask Dr. Tonneson what he thinks. Because when we look at the Hong Kong case, they have different political systems, and China's diplomatic policy, how much of an impact would it have when the receiving state has a different political system? Would China really team up with the democratic regime of Myanmar and be a savior to the democratic regime of Myanmar? Because if we look at Hong Kong, I don't know if that is highly likely, because right now there's the democratic forces and the military forces that are coexisting in Myanmar. They're fighting for authority, and so the international community is trying to figure out what to do. Would China hold the hands of the democratic regime over the military regime? That's my question to you. And lastly, to Dr. Kevin Clemens, you talked about trust building, and I have to say this is an area that I'm really very interested in. I think that in relationship setting between countries, that trust is a key, very decisive factor, and I agree with your estimation. But when we think about how we can trust the other party, I think there are two decisive factors regarding that. One is the image that we have about the counterparty, the image that has been built throughout history, and the second is the benefits that the counterparty can give to me. In the case of Korea, our image of Japan or North Korea, there is the colonialism, the image of colonialism or the Korean War or division, and Japan sees Korea as a country that does not go through with their promises. And this kind of image that we have of each other is getting more fixated and established over time, which means that there is this mutual distrust in Northeast Asia. And to get out of this, we need to have dialogue to try to do trust building. And I completely agree with that. But it's just when we try to, or we attempt to engage in dialogue, should we have to have these preconditions first? I think that when we engage in dialogue, as you mentioned, sir, that we have to try to put ourselves in the other shoes and try to think about what the other person is going through. That's very important. And the civil society's role is also very important. But I also think that the biggest condition that goes into dialogue is whether the other parties interested in bettering our relations. If we look at inter-Korean relations, we try to engage in dialogue and try to engage in exchange, and we think that we had a level of trust built there, but when they feel that their situational interests cannot be resolved by the other party, then the trust would go down. If one party feels that the counterparty cannot provide any benefits to their interests, then the trust process falls apart. So if the interests cannot be protected, how far along can we go in the trust building process? Regarding that, my question to you, sir, is when there are these interests, that like survival interests that are at stake, can we still try to have a trust building process when there's so many interests at stake? And do you think that we can measure the level of trust between any counterparties that could be built?
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I think you raised many interesting but very hard to answer questions. I'm looking forward to hear the response from the three speakers. Next, John, you have 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hyun-seok, and thank you to the organizers. I'm honored to participate in the conference, the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference, with this wonderful group of old friends and new friends. Similar to Tae, I have sort of specific questions based on going through the papers, but my reflections are on the more general abstract level, maybe closest to Dan, to your comments on the broader context. And in particular, I've been thinking a lot about our subject of the geopolitical approach to peace and security, and sort of letting that word geopolitics rattle around in my brain and what comes up. And that led me to a series of reflections. I have been reading some of a classic old geostrategist, Nicholas Spijkman, a Dutchman who ended up in the United States. And he was one of the pioneers of geopolitics, writing in the context of World War II. And when you read that, it's like the game of Risk, you know, that you play the board game as a kid. It's all the Eurasian heartland and the rimland, and it's a very sort of old school terrestrial approach to power politics. And you know, as we move through the Cold War, we, at the time, the actors in the Cold War, and to a great extent in terms of the history still, we understand that period of time in terms of a geopolitical strategic competition, to use the current word, between the United States and the USSR as the two dominant powers that was playing out in these theaters that are sort of like a global chessboard, a metaphor that was used a lot at the time. And in that period, in the Cold War, I think our panelists in particular can appreciate, Europe was the primary theater. Europe was certainly recognized by the leadership in Washington and Moscow as the primary theater. Asia out here was a periphery. It happened to be a very bloody periphery for the first half of the Cold War. The Middle East was then the bloodiest periphery of the second half of the Cold War. And the construct we have of the Cold War as peaceful is because it focuses on Europe as the primary theater and Americans and Russians not fighting each other in Europe. So I find that interesting, both thinking about sort of the literal meaning of the word geopolitics, of thinking about power politics on a geographical chessboard, as well as the historical resonance of that word with its Cold War connotations. And to me, that's resonating a lot now as we're seeing if you just open, you know, the op-ed page of the New York Times, there's probably going to be something on the new Cold War between the United States and China as the dominant geopolitical sort of frame that, at least in the United States, and it's creeping out here into the region, that we're talking about when we ask this question of the geopolitical approach to peace and security, particularly in this region. Now, there are the obvious contrasts, you know, with the real Cold War, with the historical Cold War. There's a level of economic interdependence still between the United States and China that's incomparable, obviously, to the US and the Soviets. And I also think there was reading the history of the Cold War, remembering a little bit as a kid, there was a palpable fear of nuclear war between the Soviets and the United States in a way that at this point, I don't think Chinese and Americans are feeling. Still, there's enough similarity that we are exploring the analogy. And one striking aspect of this is now the primary theater of US-China strategic competition as the major geopolitical tension is not Europe, but it's here. It's maybe the Asia-Pacific, or Richard might want to call it the Indo-Pacific, but it is in this part of the world that is in between the United States and China, as Europe was in between and considered the primary theater of the historical Cold War. And I think there are interesting parallels in terms of the anxiety felt in Europe in that position in between that we're starting to hear more and more of in the conversation among Asians and Pacific Islanders and across Asia and Oceania. So a question that comes out of these reflections, and maybe especially for you, Dan, is, in trying to think through that analogy, despite the obvious dissimilarities, I wonder if the Cold War can give us some positive lessons for approaches to security mechanisms, whether it's the obvious ones like OSCE or the Helsinki Accords, or others that you, in particular in Europe, would know that might be useful to interject into the conversation that we're having out here in Korea and more broadly in the Asia Pacific, about how to handle being the middle theater in a way that Asia was not of the grand geopolitical contest. And then a question that arises in my mind for Kevin, for you, and for Stein as well, who maybe I shouldn't do this, but I think of you more on the peace side of the peace and security spectrum. And I wonder, thinking about the history of the peace movement in the Cold War context, especially in Europe, but other places in the world, and the linkages between the peace movement and the anti-nuclear movement, as well as the environmental movement, evolving in a similar Cold War context, a context of intense geopolitical tension. Again, thinking about it in the conditions of Europe in the Cold War, I wonder if you can imagine, I don't think it exists, I think Kevin's getting close with his ideas of trust entrepreneurs, which I find so fascinating. But do you see any hints of, or can you imagine a new type of peace movement that emerges out of these conditions, these new conditions, but with parallels to the historical Cold War conditions? Lastly, it strikes me how certainly my own thinking, if not our thinking as a group, it's my thinking, and usage of geopolitics seems a bit antiquated. Even thinking about literal meanings of the word, the world of Nicholas Spikeman certainly, but even the world I think of Robert Kagan and the return of the jungle of the geopolitical is primarily a world of land power first, and supplemented by sea power and air power, and all those classic strategic debates about the three. Whereas we are in a world, a geopolitical world of space, of cyber, of technology that runs now through every conversation you have. These, domains, as the fashionable word is, that I wonder to what extent we need to fundamentally change how we think about almost the literal meaning and how we use this word geopolitics to not fall back, as at least I tend to do, to the US-China frame and the great power politics of states fighting more or less on sea, on land. When will Xi Jinping invade Taiwan? There's something almost comforting in the familiarity of that question because it fits a 20th century, an older geopolitical frame, but I wonder if it distracts us from what geopolitics means. And further along those lines, and stimulated by a talk I heard Dan Smith give in Korea many years ago when he could travel here, what is the most profound threat to security? What is the biggest impediment to peace that our generation, that our children and grandchildren face? Again, using the literal, alternate literal meanings of geopolitics, is not the power of states like the United States and China, but the power of the planet, of the Earth itself, the destructive power of the planet in retaliation for humanity and the unsustainable forms of modern industrial life that we have ended up with. And it's striking that as we have this conversation, a conversation is happening in Glasgow, obviously, and we're all paying close attention to that. So I further would like to throw out to this group in particular, maybe push you for your most radical thoughts about really reimagining what geopolitics means, predicated not on the traditional notion of the relative power of states, but on the ecologically unsustainable path of humanity, and that the challenge of politics is to somehow get us off that path. So I think that my time is up, and I look forward to more interaction and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Oh my God, you are such a demanding person. You threw many big questions on the table. I don't know how the three speakers answered those big questions. Okay, now let me invite Richard McGregor, Director of ROWE. You have 10 minutes, Richard.
Thank you very much. Thanks, of course, first to the organisers for all the hard work and to the authors of the paper. I've submitted some questions already. I must say, after listening to John's questions, they're very micro. John has posed much more monumental issues, and I think you probably should address what he's asked you rather than mine in terms of the big picture. I want to take a little bit of a different approach now. I'm not going to sort of regurgitate my questions. I'm going to talk about the underlying forces, if you like, or the shifting foundations of security in the regions and history, which I think sort of give us a bigger picture or a context for the papers themselves. We had three papers, focus on trust and international relations with a focus on South Korea and Japan, Chinese regional diplomacy and its dilemmas with a focus on Myanmar, and finally looking at global instability and how it's fueling arms spending and the centrality of Northeast Asia in that. And sorry, that's my dog talking there. Just 1 second. I apologize for that. Now, just to give a broader picture there on the broader regional context, let's break it down to start with. We've got Maritime Asia. I think Japan and South Korea fits into that in some respects. In Maritime Asia, I think the headquarters is still Washington, only just. Unfortunately, with the Japan and South Korea issue, it's often sort of framed as an alliance issue or an alliance problem, and that makes it difficult to focus on it as a local and a organic issue of trust and history. Other than Maritime Asia, we have Continental Asia, and I would say the capital of Continental Asia is in Beijing, and Myanmar, of course, fits into that context. It is, as Stein pointed out, the second most important country in the Belt and Road Initiative after Pakistan. And so if you look at that broader context, Maritime Asia, Continental Asia, and you start to get a sense of the breadth and complexity of the security challenges, in particular China's security challenges. But I think there's more importantly historical settings. There is obviously the colonial and imperialist context, which still simmers to this day. But there's also, I think, in the more immediate sense, the issue of Pax Americana. I argue that I think East Asia, since the war, Asia generally in many respects, has been an economic success but a political failure. Now, what do I mean by that? If you have an economic success, there's many reasons for why countries in East Asia have succeeded. Clever bureaucrats, cheap labor, cheap capital, closed capital accounts, open export markets and the like. But I think underlying that was the security provided by Pax Americana. I think as Dan pointed out, no interstate conflicts since 1979. And of course, China benefited from that as well. What were the failures in politics and diplomacy? If you look at the Korean Civil War, it's never been solved. The Chinese Civil War has never been solved. China and Japan still have enormous underlying tensions. And as Kevin's paper pointed out, The same goes for Japan and South Korea. I think we're now moving into an era where all of these sort of frozen in the 50s conflicts are coming back to the fore. And that's, of course, because we have the relative decline of Pax Americana and the relative rise of a Pax Sinica or something like it. And that means that all of these conflicts have a different kind of dimension than they used to have. I just want to make a comment now on a couple of the papers. First, to Myanmar. I thought this was very interesting in many ways, but most importantly, I think, because we hear so much these days about China's wolf warriors and crass and counterproductive diplomacy, and all of that is true, but up to a point. But Myanmar, I think, provides an example of an area where China needs a much more sophistication, subtleties, skills, contacts of all manner of different kinds, not just with the army in Myanmar, but with the various independent state armies and the like. The ability that China managed to, their ability to build ties with Aung San Suu Kyi. And I think, as was correctly pointed out, contrary to the easy stereotype, China does not necessarily prefer to deal with an authoritarian government. They want a stable government. They want, in many respects, a successful government on their border, but of course, one which defers to China's interests. And I think that's a very important point coming out of that. And there's all the sorts of issues that China has to deal with Myanmar, quite apart from the economic investment. There's the issues of non-interference. There's the extent to which they work with ASEAN or at odds with ASEAN. As we know, with Myanmar, ASEAN itself has struggled as ever to form an effectively coherent approach. The only issue I guess I have with it, it's a very creative to talk about China and Cambodia working together. I just wondered whether Cambodia had the diplomatic capacity for that. On Japan and South Korea, it's certainly true that trust is absent. The issue has long been, but I think increasingly dangerously entwined in domestic politics. As I mentioned, it's often talked about as an alliance issue, but the US is quite reluctant to get involved. Mr. Obama brought the two leaders together some time ago, I think in a meeting in the Netherlands. But generally, the US has been reluctant to get involved in that dispute because they realize that there's probably little success at the end of whatever efforts they put in, and potentially a lot of downside. In other words, they can't deliver. I agree that this has to be an issue that gains strength at the grassroots. It's not an exact analogy, but growing up, I looked at Australia and Japan, and there was great bitterness in Australia, but I think it took about 20 years of hard work on both sides to fix that, to the point where both countries now have a very positive view of each other. But I think the lesson of that was not only the involvement at the grassroots and NGOs and the gradual building of civil society connections and trust that way. It can't just be bottom up, it has to be top down at the same time. Because unless you have support and stability at the top, it's very easy to disturb whatever's been built underneath it. And of course, the fascinating thing about the Japanese and South Korean tension is that China has often tried, if not to stoke it, but then to work with South Korea on history issues, which of course infuriates the Japanese. I'm coming to my time. I will leave it there, and I look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard, very, very educated comment. Now I'll give you the 3 minutes each for responding to the three discussions. If you don't want to do that, then you can skip. But we already have many questions, so please pick whatever you think most important. So Dan, you're gonna do first?
Yes, thank you very much. It's very cruel, actually, to give us just 3 minutes to respond to all of that. John's last question or challenge on the big main security issue, I think we have to understand that the floor beneath our feet is shifting because of the environmental crisis. And if we are not able to address the environmental crisis, then an awful lot of other insecurity issues will flow from that. Hampered, marked by international rivalries, producing conflicts that the rivalries can't handle, and so on. So I think that that would be my answer to that question. And then from there, I will hop to Dr. Lee's question about non-traditional threats, and will that lead to more cooperation or more competition? I think here the important thing for me to underline is that cooperation is important, not because it's nice, not because it's a friendly or sweet thing to do. Cooperation is important because it's practical, it's necessary. You cannot deal with these problems without cooperating on them. Forget it. The rest is just delusion. Deluded leaders are going, or some even the most deluded are not going to Glasgow to discuss climate change. Deluded leaders would not address the problems of the vaccine. The very fact of vaccine nationalism, which Dr. Lee commented on, will get in the way of the global recovery from the pandemic and from its economic effects. So cooperation, the reason why I say cooperation is the new realism is because it is the realistic way forward. And so other issues have got to be understood in some sort of way as secondary. I agree with Dr. Lee that I am not absolutely in any sense optimistic that that transformation of thinking and understanding and policy will happen. But really, that is what we need. John Delury was throwing out, just in a particularly cruel way, a really large number of interesting challenges. I think in terms of thinking about the Cold War parallels, one of the, and what the possible positive lessons from the Cold War would be, one of the interesting things is to think about the way in which powers relate to each other with a mixture of cooperation, competition, and confrontation almost the whole time. And these competition and confrontation are not the same thing, but these three elements are always there. And for example, the challenge that Europe has to think about in terms of China is when to compete, what to confront, and how and when to cooperate. One of the interesting things about the Cold War was that there was quite often cooperation, sometimes a little bit under the surface. But for example, when the second Cold War, the second phase of the Cold War started to erupt in 79-80 with the missile deployments in Afghanistan and so on, actually both sides respected the treaty which they had drawn up, but which was never ratified, the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty number 2, 1979. And so one of the questions then would be for me, why do the antagonists in these dyads have to relate and find some kind of cooperative element alongside the competition and confrontation? Now, for me, in the big picture, the question is the climate, environment, pandemics, we have to cooperate on that. But in a more kind of regionally focused picture, the difference between US-China relations now and US-USSR relations in the Cold War is that the US and China have to relate and have to find ways of cooperating even within their confrontation because of trade and economic links. In the case of the USSR, they had to find some kind of way of cooperating because of the division of Europe and because of just the sheer weight of military forces which were present there. So the military factor was much bigger in the first Cold War, or the US-Soviet relationship, than it is in the US-China relationship. And to say that, I'm not underestimating that there is a military factor in the US-China relationship now, but it is much less significant in the relationship and much smaller in terms of kind of direct comparison compared to US-Soviet times. Many more things to comment, but I'll leave it there, and the other two can have their go at complaining about the rules of the game.
Thank you very much. Thank you much. Very generous. Then, yeah, Stein, you ready?
John Delaney asked many important questions. I'll take two. One was, what is the greatest threat? I think the greatest threat to mankind now is climate change. But there is also another threat I will mention, which is digital nationalization, or the creation of digital spheres that are closed off from other spheres. In a way that the period of the open internet may be over. I worry about the firewall around China, and I worry about branding any kind of digital communication as a threat to national security, because cyber warfare could destroy infrastructures. So one big challenge is to try to find a way to define what it is legitimate to consider a national security interest and what not. The other question is, could there be a new peace movement? I would not now speak to the civilian peace movement, but I think that it's possible, in face of the growing rivalry between the United States and China, to form some kind of coalitions among other small and medium states who do have a shared interest in avoiding to make a choice between belonging to one or the other as an ally or a strategic partner or anything, and concentrate on certain issues that we advance and where we try to push the two great powers towards cooperation. Competition is okay, but not rivalries that lead to a total closure of communication within important spheres. Then to Richard McGregor, I was really pleased by your excellent summary of the difference in China's approach to Myanmar and to other issues. And this is where I see a chance also for Cambodia in ASEAN during its time as chair to utilize China as a backer for diplomacy. And they have not many, but a few really skilled diplomats in Cambodia. They must also work with Indonesia, which will be the next chair, if they shall be effective vis-a-vis Myanmar. And then to Lee Wote, is it at all legitimate to intervene in another country? That depends on what kind of intervention we are talking about. If it's an intervention by force, it requires a resolution in the Security Council. And in the case of Myanmar, it has not even been possible to get Russia and China to agree to any resolution. They have only agreed to statements, and they have not been willing to include anything that has to do with the flow of weapons into Myanmar. I think one of the issues where other smaller countries could unite is behind the demand that in a country that has such a violent decline into violence now, it's irresponsible to provide weapons to any side in the country. So a weapons embargo should be a big point on the agenda for countries both in ASEAN and those who are concerned for Myanmar in the United Nations. But lesser forms of interventions like this, for instance, denying weapons or diplomatic pressure, such as was actually done by ASEAN by disinviting Min Aung Hlaing to its East Asia Summit, that is perfectly legitimate. And I must also say that that Myanmar is in an exceptional situation. The military in that country is isolated socially and culturally, not only vis-a-vis the ethnic minorities, but now also vis-a-vis the ethnic majority population. And China sees this. It sees that Min Aung Hlaing is not a force for stability, but for destabilization. And the longer it takes before the 76-year-old Aung San Suu Kyi is released from jail, the more likely is that the conflicts will, in the armed conflicts and the violence is going to perpetuate itself in Myanmar society. I don't see China as favoring this because it favors democracy, but they see that Aung San Suu Kyi has an exceptional standing as the national leader in the imagination of the great majority of the population, and China has seen that for a long time. They worried for a while that she would be an agent of the West, but then were much relieved after the Rohingya matter and also the priority she gave to relations with China. Sorry for exceeding the 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Now, Richard, you have 3 minutes to respond. Oh, sorry. That's right? Kevin, sorry. Sorry, Kevin. Kevin, your turn.
Hi, just a couple. I found the issue about how do you change the image of the other, and how do you begin moving to a point where you can begin acknowledging the interests of the others, but to be really rather crucial questions in relation to Northeast Asia. I mean, I've long been an advocate right from way back when for the development of some regional security architecture in Northeast Asia, which is parallel to the ARF regional security architecture in ASEAN. And I think that this is, that if there's some willingness on the part of China, Korea and Japan to begin moving in that direction, then they could be, then they would have to begin thinking about changing the past images they had of each other to sort of something different. And they would have to also begin acknowledging the interests of the others, both in terms of sharing and discussion of threat perceptions, but also in terms of the emergence of some notion of kind of common security dilemmas facing all of the countries in the region, and what needs to be done about it, which hopefully would fuel the kind of collaboration that Dan was talking about. So for me, you know, trust isn't sort of something that occurs in a vacuum. It occurs in relation to a particular context, and it has to be linked to a sort of a shared imagination or a shared vision of, you know, what the countries in the region want to see from their relationships with each other. If Richard's right, and the you know, the Northeast Asia was an economic success but a political failure, I mean, then that whole notion of political failing needs to be put on the agenda, so that for the next 20, 30 years, Japan, China, and Korea don't keep on perpetuating the mistakes of the past, but can begin thinking of something quite different. And here, I think, you know, from the total perspective, we're trying to work on this from a sort of civil society perspective. So the first workshop that we conducted was really with opinion leaders, academics, and some policymakers. The next workshop is going to be between parliamentarians in order to try and reactivate something of that kind of interparliamentary sets of conversations. And hopefully then that can be picked up in sort of trilateral summits and preparation for summit meetings between all three countries. It's going to take a long time. But I think that, you know, as I mentioned in relation to kind of trust and risk, I mean, you can't build trust unless there's some risk, unless you're willing to take some risks to demonstrate some vulnerabilities in the hope that that your potential adversaries won't take advantage of them, but work with you to kind of help assuage them. So I think that's, you know, that's how I'd answer that whole question around risk and interests. In relation to the peace, notion of a peace movement, you know, I think this would, you know, this is something that would be much desired. That, you know, if there were some common civil society impulses towards more peaceful relationships in the region, I think that would actually be highly desirable, just to create, you know, riper conditions for negotiations between all three countries. And one of the problems at the moment is that there isn't really a very strong peace movement in all three countries, and not even very strong civil society organizations. So there is a real need, I think, to begin thinking about how can outside parties, play some role in each of the three countries to stimulate new thinking about relationships for the future.
Thank you very much, Kevin. This session is joined by a couple of hundred audiences via YouTube online streaming, and we already opened the floor and then solicit the question from them, and then we selected two. So I threw these two questions on the table. Or anybody want to respond? Then you can do it. It's written in Korean, so I don't know how to do that. I'm not going to read this. It's about the North and South Korea relations. Basically Korea is caught between two superpowers, and then this North and South relation is also affected by this confrontation between two superpowers. So what could be the strategy for Korea to kind of achieve the peace on the Korean Peninsula? Do you have any the suggestion for the proper strategy for Korea, or the? Are you following my questions? Anybody? Okay, then.
Yes,
Well,
sorry.
Yes.
Took me a moment to hook up. But is there a second question as well? Did you say there were two questions?
We have one more. Yeah. You already heard.
I'll hold off until I hear the second question as well.
Yeah. Then can you move on to the question two? Yeah. 지금 누가 통역하고 계신가요? 제가 읽어요? 제가 읽겠습니다. 국제 정세 속에서 각국의
So within the international climate, we have to try to explore different solutions, and it appears that diplomacy is losing its capacity to solve as a solution, to be a solution. What can we do? What are some international measures that we can engage in to try to get ourselves out of this crisis? Because it appears that diplomacy is not working. So what is our other alternative?
So if I may make a quick comment on that, especially on the second question, but it reflects on the first as well. I think there is a terrible deficiency or deficit of diplomacy at the moment. So I don't think that it is actually a fair comment to say that diplomacy is not working, except in the sense that it's not being tried, it's not being made to work. I think that one of the reasons for that, and perhaps there was a comment made earlier about this, is that in the situation where at the global level we have this very tense set of relationships between the USA and its allies, with both China and with Russia, and from a Western perspective, unclear relationship as to exactly what it is between China and Russia. I think it's essentially an alliance of opportunity. It doesn't go very deep, but that's my own view. But I think that in those circumstances, what's really necessary is for the other governments in a sort of world power ranking, those that are at the next 2 or 3 levels down, to be getting their act together and to be working together on these issues. One sees some of that in relation to climate change. One sees some of that in relation to how they work on the Security Council from time to time when things go well. One sees some of it in relation to specific regional questions, but I think that it needs to become much, much more systematic. And what would help would be if a few more of those kind of middle to smaller powers were a little bit bolder about not relying on the leadership that comes or doesn't come from the US, Russia, or China. And I think that we are in a multipolar situation now. We're not in a bipolar situation. And I think that actually the medium powers should play harder and harder towards that multipolarity, towards a diversity of voices, because I think it's only through that one will start to get the shift in the international institutions and in international diplomatic practice that will actually help achieve some lasting solutions.
Thank you. Stein,
Yes, as far as I understand, North Korea has resorted to some kind of almost complete isolation, with very few foreigners being in North Korea at all since the pandemic and since the closure of the border to China. So it must have been a kind of shock for Kim Jong-un, who was isolated from other state leaders until 2018, then suddenly got this big chance through Trump's initiative to establish a direct relationship with the US president, which allowed him also to meet Xi Jinping 5 times. And then again, he is in a way pushed out and gets his country into a situation with very, very dire economic situation and the danger of having to do a new arduous march, as it's called in English. In this situation, what the best thing for others to do is to do all they can to establish ties into North Korea. And I think President Biden should also understand what Trump understood, that North Korea is run by one man and you have to do the diplomacy with that man. Thank you.
thank you very much. Now time is running up, and despite very tight schedule, I think this session has been very successful and productive, in the sense that speakers and the discussion, even the audiences, raises very, very important issues. As a moderator and then also the student of international relations, I'd like to recognize the effort of the SPIC, or Seoul Metropolitan Government and Seoul Research Institute, for their valuable initiative for peace in the world. And then I strongly urge or support the further joint effort between the think tank and then the NGOs in the world for taking serious issues of the world. So probably next the SPIC conference 2022, you can deal with the space, energy, climate change, or the competition around the technology, whatever. So I'm looking forward to seeing that in the near future. Let me stop here, and then I declare the session's adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you.
네, 유현석 좌장님과 또 발표자와 토론자분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. Thank you once again to our moderator, Professor Yu, as well as our presenters and panel discussants. 네, 이것으로 저희 세션 3를 마무리하고 잠시 쉬었다가 다시 네 번째 세션으로 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. So we will now take a short break to set the stage for session 4, and we will resume with session 4 titled Megacity, Seoul, and Everyday Peace and Coexistence. Please enjoy your break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you for coming back. I hope that you enjoyed a very brief break. We will now resume session 4, titled Megacity, Seoul, and Everyday Peace and Coexistence. And for those of you who are joining us online, please do make use of the YouTube chat function if you have any questions or comments for the speakers, presenters, and if you do get selected with your question, we do send out gifts, so we urge you to participate. And now the session will be chaired by Professor Min-jung Kim, Professor of the Department of International Relations at the University of Seoul. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Kim.
여러분 안녕하세요.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am the moderator of the last session, the fourth session. My name is Kim Min-jung. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm a professor of the Department of International Relations at the University of Seoul. It is a pleasure to meet all of the participants here.
The title of the session is Megacity, Coexistence and Peace in Seoul and in our everyday life. Let me briefly introduce to you the speakers before we begin. We have 3 presenters. The first one is Dr. Eun-jung Lee, joining us from Germany. So she's over there joining us from overseas. And the second presenter is Dr. Sung-yong Lee from Australia, and is with the University of Otago in New Zealand. And the next one is from India. Very nice to meet you, Dr. Tanvi Kulkarni. And then we have 3 discussants. First one, next to me, is Dr. Nami Lee. And we have another discussant joining us online from Ireland. We have Director Fernando from the Trinity Center for Post-Conflict Justice at the Trinity College Dublin. Very nice to meet all of you. And last but not least, we have with us Professor Mason Reach from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. In the previous session, we discussed peace in East Asia. But in our session, we're going to discuss coexistence and peace in Seoul in this very particular space and how we can achieve peace in our day-to-day life. Now, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Eun-jung Lee. And she's going to be discussing the experiences in Berlin, in this particular city, what kinds of COVID-19 related experiences were there. Please go ahead.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lee Eun-jung from the Free University of Berlin. I would like to thank everyone at the Seoul Institute for inviting me to this very good opportunity. I have been working on a joint project together with the members of the Seoul Institute, and I have given a lot of food for thought, and it was very informative for me. Today, in my presentation, I would like to talk about the COVID-19 experience in a European metropolis, living here in Germany as an East Asian person. In Europe, because of COVID-19, we saw this surge in hatred and discrimination against the Asian community. And I think that this happened in an unexpected manner, so it may seem shocking to many people. But looking at these different issues, we have to look at what happened over the last 300 years when there was this enlightenment and this discussions about humanity and human rights and fraternity. And I feel that these were just abstract terms, and there was a lot of talk and discussion, but maybe they have not actually translated into everyday actions in the lives of people. And so it is with that mindset in mind that I have prepared this presentation. And I have to preface this by saying that this is not a very systematic study that I have conducted. Rather, this is just a loose collection of my thoughts. In the German metropolis, in a European metropolis, I've experienced COVID-19, and I can talk about 3 points in particular. The first is that there is this homogeneity between boundary between urban area and rural area. And this is essentially the same thing that separates the global north from the global south. There are many people who are living in the cities, and because urbanization became so accelerated, there are megacities all over the world. And there are many people who still continue to go to the cities. They go there because they want to live stable lives. However, when they do come to the cities, do they have access to such stable lives? Nobody can guarantee that for them. When we take a look at the current world around us, there's this periphery between urban areas and rural areas, but this distinction is something that we can see globally. That is to say that if you look at all of humanity, you can broadly distinguish them between people living in the cities and people living in rural areas. So it's like a global north and a global south. This movement between the global north and the global south, there's still movement between this boundary, and this movement continues to happen because the space of cities or the global north continue to give hope to people living in the global south that the cities will provide them with better lives. But there are still many people in the global south who continue to leave their homes and try to go to the global north, to the mega cities, hoping for a better life. But there's no guarantee that they can even reach the global north. And even when they get there, it is difficult to guarantee that they would have access to stable lives. So if we look at many migrants and immigrants who have left Africa, many of them literally lose their lives in the Mediterranean Sea, and when they arrive at the doorsteps of the megacities, many of them are still relegated to living in tent cities and tent towns. This is a story that we still hear and see every day. If we look at these megacities in Europe, in the pandemic era, in the COVID-19 outbreak, it feels that the megacities effectively shut their doors to people from the global south and even shut the doors to their hearts and to their feelings to the people from the global south. And this is a thought that I've been having recently. Despite that, this global north, as represented by megacities in the metropolitan regions, after going through the COVID-19 pandemic, they realize the importance of daily things that they have taken for granted. And this is something that people say all across many different cities. The fact that just meeting someone in person was something that many people took for granted. So when you meet someone face to face, it's such a joyous feeling. And you are delighted by meeting someone face to face. And if we even look at our campus at the Free University of Berlin, we've had non-face-to-face classes, remote classes for 3 semesters. And now recently, we have gone back to face-to-face interactions. The first day of the semester, my students were saying, I'm so glad that I'm seeing another human being again. And I'm so happy that this is happening. However, these meetings that they engage in are selective. They don't meet with everyone or just random people. In these megacities, which are primarily anonymous, there are people who are seen as the other. And there is so much hatred and discrimination, very deep-rooted hatred for these communities who are excluded and who are seen as the other, which is why, based on that, I want to talk about communication and exclusion. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, there were numerous forms of communication. In fact, the way of communication was unimaginable. Even with just access to an internet connection, you can have discussions with people around the world. Literally, I'm sitting in Berlin, but I am having a discussion with you on the opposite side of the globe. However, we are so used to meeting with people in Europe or meeting with people in the US, but this kind of IT developments that lead to broadband technology and all of this, this is not something that is given to everyone in the world. It's not a resource that everyone has equal access to. And not everyone can leverage and make use of these technologies to their fullest potential. If you don't have smartphones, you cannot download the COVID-19 tracking app. Even in a megacity like Berlin, if you don't have those smartphones, then you cannot share in those lifestyles that are considered to be very normal and ordinary. So again, even in the megacities, even when so many of us have access to the internet and this open communication, there's inequality, and this has become even more exposed in the COVID-19 era. We talk about new normal all the time, but I feel that this new normal is not, I don't know if this is actually going to establish itself as a new normal. This is a question that I have because many scholars, politicians, and members of the press say that the post-corona or post-COVID-19 era is going to be completely different, and they talk about the new normal. But right now in 21st century Europe, if you take a look at how countries responded to the COVID-19 crisis, we have to ask ourselves, will the post-COVID world be really different from the pre-COVID world? Because in the pre-modern world, when there was an infectious disease outbreak, there was widespread fear, and there are some people who succumbed to panic. And when we look at the behaviors that these people engaged in, they were not unlike the behaviors that we have engaged in these days towards the other and to the peripheral communities. We think and we say that we're going to get to a new normal, but this is going to be new behavior because we have essentially displayed the same behavior before. Even in the COVID-19 world, Europeans place non-Europeans in the periphery and consider them to be other. Oh? All of the things that we know about the COVID-19 virus, even though there's not a lot that we know, because there's this fear of the unknown, this is manifested as hatred against Asians, particularly East Asians, and seeing them as the other. This violence is actually manifesting itself as physical violence, even now, to this day. In February 2020, there were many different stories about COVID-19, the virus that came out of China, and the German press, Spiegel, which is very popular in Germany, they said that a little bit of racism is allowed. So it's kind of a political ironic statement, but very simply, this German newspaper kind of limited East Asians to the periphery of the other. But even this political commentary, it was political commentary, but we cannot just slide over it. When it comes to the COVID-19 outbreak, the German press, even now, their discourse is almost as if they're seeing this as a competition, almost like there's a championship battle going on regarding COVID-19. They continue to report on the number of COVID-19 sick people, confirmed cases, and mortalities, and they do international comparisons, almost like we're looking at a medal count during the Olympic Games. How many countries have the most? How many countries have the least? Since last year until now, Germany continues to pat itself on the back, saying that we did the best. We did the most out of all of the other European countries in responding to the COVID-19 crisis. It's a self-congratulatory slap on the back because they don't compare themselves against non-European countries. Early on in the COVID-19 outbreak, one of the things that we saw in the German papers was Italy. They referred to the case in Italy back when Italy was seeing a huge surge in the number of confirmed cases. Germany was pointing to Italy and saying, look at Italy, there's so many confirmed cases there, but look at us, we're doing such a good job. And this kind of discourse was commonly seen in the German press, but many German sociologists talk about German identity, and in German identity discourse, they either say Germany is the best or they say it's the worst. So there's no in between. It's one or the other extreme. There are some German sociologists who look at that kind of analysis. But if we look at the COVID-19 discourse, it's the same. Germany is teetering to the other extreme, which is saying that they were the best, almost like looking at COVID-19 championships, and Germany won the gold medal, that they did the best when it comes to disease control. And BioNTech, they never call it Pfizer vaccine, they call it BioNTech or BioNTech. It's a German manufacturer. So they emphasize the German brand when it comes to the COVID-19 vaccine. So within this discourse, East Asia is completely distant from Germany. And they are seen as a kind of mirror to try to display the excellence of Germany, because when there was news that COVID-19 outbreak occurred in Germany, this immediately led to the formula that COVID-19 equals China. And they kind of came up with this discourse saying that China is still backwards and uncivilized, that this uncivilized China created this terrible infectious disease and this virus, and this is threatening us, a civilized nation. That the Chinese people are agents who can spread the disease to us. And so this led to hatred against East Asians in general. And at the same time, many of the public broadcasters in Germany have continued to say that the authoritarian regime in China gave a belated response to COVID-19 and tried to cover up all of the data. They're being very critical of China, so-called China bashing, and this was really accelerated as well. This China bashing of German press, of the German media, was manifested as small and big acts of violence against people of East Asian descent in Berlin, a megacity. But when there's an infectious disease outbreak, there has always been the community who is seen as the carriers of the pathogen, the origin of the pathogen, and they were, in many cases, discriminated against. With the Black Death, the Jews, the Jewish community were scapegoated for the spread of the virus. In 21st century, however, we have digital technology. We say that we have access to so much knowledge and information, but we're essentially seeing the same thing, that infectious disease has led to hatred, racism, and discrimination. In broad daylight in the streets of Germany, you're an Asian woman who is walking down the streets and somebody just grabs you by your hair, or these East Asian women who are taking the subway, just going about their business, and they are assaulted. Even now, there are cases of violence perpetrated against people of East Asian descent in the streets of Berlin. If we were to look at this more critically and more objectively, this obviously isn't the first case where Asians were subjected to racism and discrimination in the West. When the Chinese community and East Asians have gone through this racism, this already goes back as far as 19th century, or the yellow fever, yellow fear, or yellow hate as well. This kind of hatred and discrimination that occurred in the 19th century is very similar to what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a parallel. At the end of the 19th century in Germany, there was a lot of discrimination against East Asians. In German, it's harmlos. So it's kind of harmless discrimination. So they would do the chinky eye with their eyes, slit their eyes with their fingers, and then sing songs and call chinks. And there was even a song called, a children's song, a very sing-song song about Chinese people. And when children sing it, people think that it's okay because it's a children's song. But if you listen to the melody of the song, they literally say ching, chang, chong. And it's just a very humorized portrait of Chinese. So for the German community, they see Asians as the other, or when children do that with the eyes, or when they say ching chang chung, when they see East Asians walking by, they don't even consider that to be racist. When children do it, their adults don't seem embarrassed about that. Nobody tells the children to stop. So even now, even after the 19th century has come and gone, we're still continuing to see Asians in kind of that category. Last year, in 2020, early 2020, with the narrative that COVID-19 equals China, everyday citizens from schools to other places, they would start calling East Asians coronavirus. There was this verbal abuse against East Asians, calling them coronavirus, and this was just ignored, and this was just implicitly allowed. In fact, there were disinfectant sprays that people would spray on East Asians when they walked past the street, and they didn't consider that as assault. They just consider that as horsing around. So even in Germany, there were many East Asians who rose up and tried to say, we are not a virus, but this did not really make a movement or make a splash. In fact, Germans said that East Asians are weird and strange for going out wearing face masks. They said that the tendency to wear face masks is very characteristic of East Asia because they're submissive and obedient. And so that was the interpretation that Germany gave to East Asians with their tendency to wear face masks. Early on in COVID-19, the German authorities said that wearing a face mask does not lower your risk to contagion. And so they said, actually, that people shouldn't buy face masks, that the PPEs should be left for people in the hospitals. For a long time, they have maintained that position. And so they said that face mask, if you wear it, it's not really to lower your risk, but it's kind of a psychological way of lying to yourself. So if a healthy person wears face masks, that's actually a very irrational behavior, and they should be ashamed of themselves. This is what many people in Germany said. And this was a discourse that was prevalent in February of 2020 to the end of March. And then later, the discourse changed, and there was a mask mandate. But because there was the authorities saying that you don't need to wear a mask for a month and a half or about 2 months, and then suddenly they did an about-face and said that you have to wear masks, many people understandably did not do as the order said. Wearing face masks itself became seen as a kind of a cultural tendency that put East against the West, and this is not really a rational kind of discourse. If you look at Western society in Germany, anything that has to do with East Asia is tied to Confucianism, and they look down on Confucianism. This kind of a cultural tendency is deep-rooted, and this is something that we were able to see in German society since the 17th century. At the end of the 19th century, East Asia did not really make it into the competition because of Confucianism. And all of these ills of East Asia were reverted to Confucianism. And the Asian financial crisis of the late 1990s occurred because of Confucianism. The controversy regarding masks, which occurred in March of 2020, was also seen in a similar vein. In the case of Germany, with these discussions, people who refuse to wear masks are typically of people of the ultra-right. This racism against people with Asians wearing face masks are subjected to violence, which is why I am also very uncomfortable wearing face masks in public. When I see a neo-Nazi wearing all black pass by me, I have to kind of slip the mask out, kind of lower my mask so he won't see me wearing the mask. And this is not just ultra-right nationalists who participate in this kind of discourse, but there's hatred, widespread hatred for how East Asians go around wearing face masks in the streets. You know how in the press, other press, that Korea is touted as a success story when it comes to COVID-19 response. But if you look at the German newspapers, they talk about it a little bit, but they say that we cannot follow the Korea model. It's the same logic that goes behind not wearing face masks. And I think the key in this is that in Korea, they talk about how smartphone apps have been developed to track people. This is something that goes against privacy, and it cannot be allowed in a democratic society. So they only talk about privacy infringement, that there's a big brother surveillance state in the ROK. Almost as if the current pandemic control in Korea is very similar to the communist control in China. Right now in Germany, Frankfurt Allgemeine is one of the most representative newspapers. And the East Asia correspondent says that from the point of view of personal privacy, that allows for successful tracking, and this digital kind of infrastructure that Korea has turns Korea into a nightmare country because they don't want to live in a place like Korea where privacy is not respected. In Germany, they say that there was a new app that has been developed and is being used in Germany right now for COVID-19. But this app is different from the Korean app. It protects data privacy. So Germany continues to stress that point, that this is different from Korea. I have not actually gone through the app to see the actual differences between the two kinds of apps. But in terms of the discourse, they say that the German app is different from the Korean app. And so when we look at European countries, their lockdowns, they say that Korea is not. I'm very sorry that this is interesting, but you have very limited time from which to speak. Can you please restrict your comments? What's important here is that the Korean government's quarantine measures obviously was not as much as an invasion of privacy because European countries went into entire lockdowns, but because in Germany they see Korea as still a Confucian country, they see Korea as being constricted. This was the perspective of Europe and Germany, that this kind of collective efforts in Korea as opposed to the respect for individual free will in Germany. This cultural bias and this arrogance of Europe and Germany against Korea, I think, has brought about a very lethal kind of difference in their response and the results of the COVID-19 outbreak. Many people say that, but this kind of criticism does not necessarily protect people of East Asian descent, like myself living in Europe, going through hatred and racism. So that's why my question about how we can talk about normalcy and new normal under the circumstances where the practice of racism are here to stay, that's the question I want to say, because right now Europe is going through all this racism and hatred. Do we really say that this is going to be the new normal? That is the question that I want to pose. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're going through the pandemic right now, and in the city of Berlin, there are all these people who are trying to go against Asians and and she asked this question of the meaning of new normal in this new era. And after all the discussions are done, we're going to have a chance to talk about this presentation later on. Let's move on to the second presentation, which will be provided by Professor Seong-Yong Lee from the University of Otago, and he's going to be discussing the specific everyday practices and strategies for migrants in Seoul City to achieve peace in their daily lives. I'd like to give you 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. I am Seong-Yong Lee, working at the University of Otago in New Zealand. Thank you very much for your invitation. I feel a little nervous because I am presenting in my native language, which has been a while. And today I'm going to discuss everyday peace. This is a different notion or another notion of peace, and I like to apply this in the context of Seoul. So I am writing a paper right now, and I'm going to share with you some findings. In Seoul and in South Korea, there may be many different peace topics or peace-related themes, but I decided to focus on everyday peace of migrants in South Korea. Let me first talk about the concept of everyday peace. Depending on scholars, there may have different definitions, and the importance of concept may vary. But largely speaking, I can say that everyday peace can be defined as an analytical framework where a set of microprocesses of practices can be examined to understand how individuals try to achieve peace in their everyday lives. Of course, you can take a look at the institutions and laws and regulations and other contextual information to understand peace of individuals, but there are scholars who pay attention to everyday peace because they think that peace is something that people should be able to experience and enjoy in their daily lives. Even though people are in the same cultural context, depending on the kinds of community activities they engaged in, and depending on the kinds of relationships they have, their sense of peace may be very different. And there are various everyday peace activities that are performed, and they do reflect the contextual situations. But at the same time, by engaging in these everyday activities, individuals can bring about change in their immediate communities. In that sense, everyday peace as a notion is quite valuable because this can be an alternative analytical framework that researchers use to understand peace in a particular society. Let's take a look at the situations of migrants in South Korea and the process in which they've been settling in the Korean society. There are various studies and surveys conducted, and this is one example. And in order to understand migrant situations in South Korea, you may take a look at the government policies and the level of implementation of these policies. And also, for instance, you may take a look at some of the statistics, including marriages and divorces. These can be quantitative studies or qualitative studies, but many scholars may use these types of data. Of course, you can take a look at this topic from this approach, but even in the same community, individuals may have different experiences, and the individual migrants and migrant communities may be formed in a different manner, and such aspects are not well represented in the statistical data. Therefore, I thought that I could use everyday peace as an analytical framework to understand the kinds of experiences of migrants in South Korea and how these people were trying to build a space of peace in Seoul and in South Korea and what kinds of activities they're engaged in. And also by conducting this study, I wanted to understand the process of reconstruction after the Korean War. Everyday peace was only mainly dealt with within the studies that looked at post-war reconstruction, but I wanted to expand the scope of everyday peace research. But I'd like to ask for your understanding to begin with, because since last year we have had these pandemic restrictions, and I was not able to come to South Korea to conduct a field study. So because I'm situated in New Zealand, I had to do a case study based on data. So this may not have empirical field study elements to the study. So I hope that you will understand this as just a concept paper, and later I hope to be able to add more. There are many migrants coming to Korea for many different purposes. So there are many different kinds of migrants in South Korea, but in my paper, I've decided to focus on marriage migrants who have come to Korea as they got married to Korean nationals. Then there are these females or female migrants who came to Korea as a result of international marriages. And what kinds of characteristics do they have? And in their everyday lives, what are their priorities and how are they conducting their day-to-day lives? You can take a look at the literature and do a literature review. And based on the literature review, I decided to zoom in on to the two aspects among various strategies performed by the migrants. I first used the ontological strategy, but I'm not going to talk about that in my presentation. So there are two elements. The first one is social acceptance. This element means that we have this myth of homogeneity in the Korean society, and there's a lot of resistance to aliens or foreign migrants, and Korea is not an exception. So many female marriage migrants have concerns about these types of myth in the Korean society. So as they try to settle in the Korean society, they want to get recognized as a member of the community. They want to get accepted socially. And this is a very important goal for female migrants. And based on my research, I was able to see that there are many different activities that marriage migrants are engaged in. And in my paper, I divided them into two categories. One is signs of assimilation. That's how I named it. So this type of activities means that marriage immigrants engage in various activities to be more assimilated to the Korean society. And the second category of activities, when you look at them, is more about preserving their identity, and they want to prove the utility of their own identity depending on their backgrounds. So these are the two kinds of social activities that female migrants perform as part of social acceptance. So that's the first ontological element. And the second ontological element is identity maintenance. And this is how I decided to call this. This identity maintenance element is related to the social acceptance element. So in order to gain social acceptance, a lot of these immigrants engage in various activities. And sometimes they may want to, or they may need to hide their identity, or they may feel that their identity is being threatened or being at risk of being lost. So while they pursue social acceptance, they at the same time want to maintain their own identity. And this element is very important for them to maintain everyday peace. So to achieve identity maintenance, there are many efforts made by these marriage migrants in many different ways. And what I want to emphasize here is that these migrants are concerned about the loss of their identity because of their children. So these children want to be proud of their mother's identity, and children would have the dual identities, both from the father and the mother. And this aspect is very important for the female migrants. So this is a different aspect of the marriage migrants from other types of migrants in Korea. And in my paper, in order to achieve identity maintenance, I find that a lot of these marriage migrants engage in their own communities, and also they want to continue to stay connected to their home countries. These are the ways for them to use to maintain their identity. It is a rather short presentation, so I may not be able to go into too much detail about these various activities, but once again, you can see that at the individual level and also at the community level, there are many different activities or endeavors made to achieve social acceptance and identity maintenance. And you can also see that there are different levels of achievements in these two elements depending on the communities and regions. And another analytical framework that I use in my paper to understand how marriage migrants build and maintain everyday peace is about this circuitry of peace. We want to understand what kinds of relationships they make in their community. So many scholars are trying to apply the notion of circuitry or boundaries to understand the dynamics and of the experiences of these people. So in Korea, these marriage migrants have multiple boundaries or circuitry in terms of their everyday peace. The first boundary is the immediate family or the family of their own. It's not surprising. But as I studied this, what was very interesting to me was that as part of this boundaries for everyday peace, it's not just the family, but also the extended local area that I underlined red. This may refer to the small county level community. So I found that at this extended local community level, there are a lot of activities performed. And another important boundary is not something that is in Korea, but outside of Korea in the home countries. This was very interesting for me. So then, why is it that the extended local boundary is important? And why is this local area boundary critical for these migrants? I had this question, so I may have to conduct further analysis, but based on what I've learned, I noticed that there are many multicultural family support programs provided at this extended local community level. And as users of these programs, they take advantage of these support programs, and at the same time, these programs and these places offer platforms for additional networking, and so these programs and support centers not only provide these support programs but also serve as networking hubs. In addition, what I want to emphasize once again is that there is this connection with the home countries, even though they live in Korea. In the past, there were some short-term visits. These were irregular contacts, but now we have constant and regular contacts between the migrants and their home countries. And more recently, thanks to the development of the internet and the connectivity, they're able to engage in and they are able to stay connected to the home countries and home communities. It's going to receive more attention among the researchers. I'd like to offer you some implications. And in my presentation, I'm going to discuss three main points. First of all, when it comes to the theoretical framework of everyday peace, what I want to emphasize is that when it comes to these migrant women in Korea and the kinds of forms and shapes of everyday peace are not uniform, but rather there are many different components and different features and characteristics depending on their locations and depending on their situations. So this means that there's a lot of diversity. So these migrants are not just recipients of resources, but rather they are active agents that are in the process of building and developing their everyday peace. And the second implication that I want to discuss is that these migrant women from multicultural families, they pursue social acceptance. And to be able to get accepted socially, they realize that they need to get assimilated. And this is actually quite concerning for me, because in Korean society, if they want to get accepted as a member of the community, they need to be assimilated. They need to become more like Korean, which is quite unfortunate, because this means that for these migrant women, if they want to achieve everyday peace, they need to meet the expectations of the Korean community and Korean people. Then, can we really say that this is indeed everyday peace in a true sense? There are exchanges and interactions between migrants and other members of the society, and I wonder how these exchanges will contribute to the entire society. And the third point, is that there is this significance of hyperlocal community and also the importance of communities in their home countries. So these are very important key boundaries that can be extended later on in our further discussions. And with that, let me wrap up my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Professor Sung-Yong Lee, for your presentation. There are many marriage migrants in Korea, and he conducted study on their everyday peace. And there are two elements. One is social acceptance, the other is identity maintenance. So I believe that these findings are really meaningful, and they have implications for Korean society. And also, thank you for keeping your time. Let's move on to the third presentation.
Lastly, we'd like to hear from nuclear weapons. And we're going to see, unlike the other sessions, try to see how nuclear weapons can impact ourselves in our everyday lives. We'd like to give 15 minutes to Dr. Tanvi Kulkarni in India.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone, and thank you, Professor Kim, for the kind introduction. I'd like to thank the Seoul Peace Institute and the Seoul Metropolitan government for this opportunity to speak at today's conference. And congratulations to all the earlier speakers for their excellent presentations. Now, I've been listening to the earlier sessions keenly, and I remember yesterday somebody mentioned about the last speaker challenge. So since I'm the last speaker of this conference, I'd like to take the challenge and I intend to make a short presentation so that we get enough time for the discussion. Now, my paper is titled Coexisting with Dangerous Weapons, Nuclear Weapons and Everyday Peace, keeping with the theme of the session. But I do have a disclaimer. I'm not really specifically talking about Seoul. I will be talking in the context of the cities that we live in around the world, and especially the cities within nuclear weapon countries. I live in Bangalore, that's where I'm speaking from, which is also one of the mega cities of India. So that's the vantage point I'm taking. And the idea really is to reflect on how do we think about everyday peace in the day and age of nuclear weapons, and is that enough? But before we do that, let's set some background. So just in terms of numbers, approximately 7.75 billion of the world's human population lives in the presence of 13,150 nuclear weapons that are possessed by 9 countries: the United States, Russia, China, France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, Israel, and North Korea. Now, there are a lot less nuclear weapons in the world today than there were, say, in the 1980s, thanks to the arms control and mutual reductions pursued by the United States and Russia, the latest being the New START Treaty. But even then, these two states possess 91% of all nuclear warheads of the world. Since the end of the Cold War, the number of nuclear weapons possessing states have increased from 5 to 9. And some of these states are increasing their nuclear weapon stockpiles. Almost all of these states are pursuing military modernizations that involves directly or indirectly their nuclear weapon systems. Of the 13,150 nuclear warheads in the world, almost 9,500 warheads are available for military use, 3,650 are already operationally deployed in some kind of delivery platform, and an estimated 2,000 warheads, which belongs to the US, Russia, UK, and France, are on high alert, which is in a ready-to-launch mode. Now, it's true that the first and the last instance of the intentional use of nuclear weapons was almost 76 years ago. However, the risks and dangers associated with nuclear weapons have not really gone away. If anything, these dangers have only become more complex and are exacerbated by political rivalries, renewed arms races, breakdown and weakening of older non-proliferation and arms control regimes, and the emergence of new lethal technologies in multiple domains, which include space and cyber. So how is it that the most destructive weapon that humanity has managed to invent doesn't seem to be a threat to peace in our ordinary lives? So it is in that context that my paper discusses why nuclear weapons should be a cause of concern to ordinary people, and then juxtaposes these dangerous weapons with the idea of everyday peace. Now we know that nuclear weapon is not just another weapon, given its tremendous destructive power. In 1994, Schelling wrote that the destructive power of this weapon should not be measured in terms of how much it can destroy, but in terms of the perception of what constitutes destruction. So a single nuclear weapon, for instance, can kill tens of thousands of people, destroy entire cities, bring economic life to a standstill. Its effects can be seen and felt over generations. The nuclear weapon of today is much more powerful than those that were used by the US on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. And if you consider the emerging technologies to deliver these weapons, like ICBMs, cruise missiles, MIRVs, hypersonic glide vehicles, they're able to further accelerate, amplify, and intensify the destructive capacity of these weapons. The threat of nuclear weapons may seem very distant in our everyday ordinary life, but the destruction of this very ordinary life and the creation of tremendous psychological fear is at the very foundation of the nuclear deterrence doctrines. By the deterrence logic, an adversary should find the destruction unacceptable. And therefore, nuclear force postures and policies of most possessor states have been designed toward preemptive use of nuclear weapons, what we call as first use, and targeting of civilian populations of the adversary state. In technical language, it's called counter-value targeting or city busting in military terms. And this entire enterprise is ultimately funded using public funds. The safety and security of nuclear infrastructure is a major concern in many nuclear weapons armed countries, even as nuclear weapons facilities are located close to human inhabitation. Unlike popular imagination, nuclear weapons related systems are not fully foolproof. Investigative studies and declassified documents have shown that since 1945, there have been over a dozen instances of near nuclear use arising from nuclear command, control, and communication system failures, and even misunderstandings. So the risks of inadvertent, accidental, or deliberate detonation is almost perpetual in the case of nuclear weapons, despite mechanisms to mitigate such risks. Nuclear threats and vulnerabilities are exacerbated even further in the age of global pandemic. And the COVID-19 pandemic revealed how underprepared and inadequate governments and international agencies can be in containing global disasters. Now, this terrifying condition of the world is metaphorically captured by the doomsday clock, which is maintained by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, and currently is set at 100 seconds away from midnight. The clock basically indicates how close humanity is to a global catastrophe, and that world leaders need to do a lot more to avoid it. So on one hand, we see that governments continue to finance nuclear weapons modernization programs, and national leaders continue to employ nuclear threats against their rivals and adversaries. There are countries that have latent nuclear weapons capabilities like Iran, and then other countries like, including Japan and South Korea, are seeing increasing calls from certain political sections to acquire independent nuclear weapons capabilities. On the other hand, for most ordinary citizens of the world, nuclear weapons are not perceived as an immediate or urgent threat. And this is because of basically two norms that have developed around nuclear weapons. First is the nuclear myth, which attaches extraordinary value to the nuclear weapon as unique or as an absolute weapon required for security. The other is the nuclear taboo, which is a strong prohibitory norm that has prevailed among nuclear weapons possessors vis-a-vis the initiation of nuclear exchange since 1945. Now, the public outrage against weapons testing, which has been there over decades, which has been voiced very significantly at the United Nations over decades, has put in place also an informal moratorium on nuclear testing in the world, which has been bolstered by treaties like the PTBT and the CTBT. Today, international military crises and confrontations in the 21st century that involves nuclear weapons countries have become a lot more localized and geographically contained than those that we saw in the previous century. Since the beginning of the 21st century, threats like terrorism, extremism, insurgencies, cross-border conflicts, discrimination, hunger, poverty, and now climate change and pandemics have become vastly more significant and recurrent than the threat of nuclear war. So all these have contributed to an ordinary perception that nuclear weapons are a distant threat. What this perception has lent to further is what I call is the illusion of peace, the sense that there is peace even when states possess such destructive weapons. The forums like United Nations Security Council have managed to overpower a security discourse with, a peace discourse with a security discourse and turn it over to justify the position of nuclear weapons by the 5 permanent members of the UNSC, who are also officially the nuclear weapon states, according to the NPT. The absence of a nuclear war is therefore certified as the preservation of everyday peace in the world. And this new maxim of nukes as weapons of peace was splendidly at display when the nuclear-armed countries refused to participate in the 2017 Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. But the dangers associated with nuclear weapons have not disappeared. Are states ready to deal with nuclear disasters, even if they are deliberate or inadvertent? How prepared are urban population centers of the world, like Seoul, like the city I live in, that are likely to be prime targets of nuclear attacks to deal with the fallouts of nuclear explosion? What are the levels of safety and security standards at nuclear facilities around the world? These are the questions that we should be asking and making the governments answer while examining this illusion of peace. Most modern cities of the world are not equipped with civil defense measures like fallout shelters, safety drills, or siren warning systems. There's a general lack of awareness and public education on basic disaster management training. Healthcare systems and services, even in the most advanced cities of the world, are not equipped to respond to sudden disasters and mass casualty management, as was revealed in the past 2 years of the pandemic. Communities that are living in proximity of nuclear power plants or radioactive waste disposal sites live under the perpetual threat of radioactive exposure and contamination in the case of disasters. Isn't it only fair to ask then, what does everyday peace mean for communities of, say, Japan, Marshall Islands, French Polynesia, Hawaii, and many other former nuclear testing sites, which continue to grapple with the consequences of radioactive fallouts from the nuclear weapons tests conducted by the nuclear weapon states? Unfortunately, leaderships of nuclear-armed states are not urgently concerned with the long-lasting humanitarian and environmental impacts and after effects of nuclear disasters, which can include atmospheric effects, famines, food shortages, even through small nuclear disasters in modern cities, apart from the immediate consequences of nuclear detonation. So to conclude, the idea of everyday peace that we're living with today is merely the hope that these extremely lethal weapons will never be used, that nuclear deterrence will actually work, that nuclear restraint will be the obvious rational choice of leaders, and that one day there will be political and security breakthroughs that would encourage states to completely give up these weapons. These are all surely possibilities at work until they don't. And so governments need to take concrete actions and collective steps to address the real and imminent dangers. This includes ensuring the safety and security of nuclear materials and complexes against their acquisition by non-state actors or other states. At the domestic level, governments should also better prepare their citizens towards disaster management through civic defense measures and dissemination of very credible information. It's important to remember that the illusion of peace is ultimately quite fragile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kulkarni, for this very important presentation. So there are threats when nuclear explosions actually happen, but the fact that we live nearby these nuclear arsenal itself may hamper everyday peace for our citizens. Now we listened to all three presentations. Now we'll move on to the panel discussion. First of all, I'm going to invite Professor Nami Lee from Kyunghee Cyber University. I was going to give you 10 minutes each, but I would have to shorten that to 7 minutes because we need time for another round of discussion. Thank you very much. As introduced, I am Nami Lee from Kyunghee Cyber University. Thank you very much for this invitation. Before I discuss these papers, I'd like to talk about the significance of this conference and also the topic of the session. Everyday peace has become very important because we now live in this modern society. One of the characteristics of the modern society is that individuals' everyday lives are interconnected with what's happening at the national level and also at the global level. We have global crises, international technology development, and exchanges of people and goods between countries. So my own experiences are connected to the global situations, and we're connected in a hyper manner. And there's no separation between personal and public spaces. These are all interrelated. Now, in the sectors of feminism and ecology studies, they talk about the importance of private spaces, and the most private and personal spaces can be the true public spaces, and they discuss the importance of everyday experiences. And I believe that that's why the session is the most important session, because all public decisions need to be made in consideration of preserving and protecting personal spaces. Now, let me comment on the individual papers. First, I read the paper by Professor Eun-jung Lee, and I was able to understand this phenomenon of nationalism and Orientalism in Germany and the downplaying of Asian cultures and Asian people. I was not knowledgeable about the situation in Europe, but I was able to learn a lot from this paper. And we would only see some statistics on the surface, but it is quite interesting that many countries are competing as if they're competing in the Olympics by showing the lists and the ranking. And there were these outdated ideologies and nationalism even in the European countries, because in Korea, a lot of Koreans believe that many European countries have high level of civil mindset and civilization, but in East Asia and Korea, we've been doing well in managing the pandemic. These were not widely reported in Germany. And now with this pandemic, I can say that we now came to understand the real face of Europe. There are many Europeans who are not wearing masks, and they have Asian hatred, and there are these people who would go to supermarkets and buy things up. And these were quite disappointing for a lot of Koreans who thought that Europeans were far advanced and more civilized. And on the other hand, East Asian countries were relatively doing well in managing the pandemic situation, which were not understood properly in Europe, and that was quite surprising. But at the same time, I think we need to reflect on ourselves, because there's some hatred or anti-Chinese sentiment in Korea. But I think that we need to restore and build up the identity of East Asians, because Chinese and Korean and Japanese, we are of the same East Asian ethnicity, and we are subject to Asian hatred. All people from all these three countries are subject to such hatred in the US and other countries. And secondly, I think that there was a one-sided love from Korea to Europe only. We admire them, and while they looked down upon Korea and other Asian countries. And another finding that I got from this paper was that back in 2014, there was a BBC survey that Ghana, Australia, and the US were favorable towards Korea, and Japan seems to be well received in Europe, but it was Germany who said they were not very favorable towards Korea, and also the same goes for the UK. But as for Japan and China, their positive attitude was more than 30% compared to Korea. So I wonder why there was this dislikeness or lack of favor towards Korea in Germany. I think that situations are better now, maybe thanks to the Korean wave. But back in 2014, there was not a lot of likeness towards Korea and Germany. So I wonder why that was the case. And I wonder how things have changed these days. So I'd like to ask a question to Professor Lee about Asian hatred in Germany. What kinds of awareness do German citizens have? And I understand that there was civic education tradition in Germany, and I thought that there would be a high level of citizen or civic mindset or civic perspective, but why is there such Asian hatred? And there are some empirical studies that many of the ideas that were promoted by European countries were actually inspired by Confucius or Confucian ideas. So I think that we may need to emphasize this aspect. And I was able to learn more about the everyday practices of migrants in Professor Lee Sang-yong's paper. I was once again able to understand that there are many biases and stereotypes against immigrants in Korea, and this is a lens that we can use to understand our attitudes against other people. And in particular, these female migrants, they are of the female gender, and I think we need to discuss the role of women and the role of females in building process. And in the process of building peace, there should be female participation, which is crucial, and there's a treaty about that. And I wonder how women played a role in promoting peace between East Germany and West Germany. Now, moving on to Professor Lee, with many multicultural families in Korea, there's this new social phenomenon, and there are some people who argue that there are some reverse discrimination against Korean people, and I wonder how these multicultural families are settling in Korea. And while there's a lot of support for marriage migrants, there isn't enough support for migrant workers. So I wonder what you think about this. And moving on to the third presentation, she discussed about nuclear arms race and nuclear arsenal stockpiling, and these are quite concerning, and I agree. But despite the COVID situation, arms trades have not decreased. And recently, the US is exporting a lot of weapons, and Korea is also ranked number 9 in terms of weapons export, and we are ranked number 7 in terms of arms import. And there's a lot of arms race going on these days, and I wonder how much of an impact this will be on the global peace. And in everyday peace, I believe that welfare is crucial. There's a lot of financial resources put into arms race, but if these resources can be diverted to improving welfare programs, this will be very helpful in promoting everyday peace. And these arms race should definitely be connected to interests of particular companies and countries. So what is your prospect over the possibility of improving the situation when it comes to arms race? And even peaceful use of atomic energy can be quite concerning. And these days, there's rocket technology and competition over rocket and space technology. So what is your view on this type of competition over space? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that you've raised many important points. We would like to hear from the speakers later on regarding their comments. Next, we'd like to move on to our second discussant, who is from Hankuk University Foreign Studies, Professor Mason Ritchie. We'd like to ask you to speak for 7 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I would like to, first of all, thank the Seoul Peace Institute and the Seoul Metropolitan Government as well for the invitation to be a discussant today. I want to thank all of the organizers and the staff who've done such a wonderful job. Without them, this doesn't get accomplished. And then lastly, to the speakers and presenters for their hard work and interesting insights. So I'm going to go in order in which I worked on the papers as they came into me, rather than the order in which they spoke today. So I'll start with then Professor Lee Sung-young on migrants in South Korea and everyday peace. You know, this contribution to the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference focuses on the quotidian experience of peace, the micro level of intersubjective interaction which creates and maintains peace or creates and maintains ambient hostility. And in particular, the paper discusses this issue in the context of immigrants in Korea, of which I'm one. The stated objective of the paper is to cover the mundane, but nonetheless critical experience of efforts and struggles by immigrants in Korea, and then connect their everyday strategies for maintaining and enhancing peace to larger, as the paper refers to it, scaled up peace-related issues. I'll just pause and just say a little remark. Is one of the interesting things or curious things about living in Seoul, whether you're an immigrant or otherwise, of course, is the way that there's such a distinction between your everyday life routine and the fact that South Korea is still technically at war with the North. Even during moments of high tension, people go around with their lives, work, school, family, church, leisure, consumption, as though basically life continues on as normal, and that these geopolitical tensions, have a surprisingly shallow purchase on the ability for people to change their behaviors. And so in this regard, Seoul is, of course, a peaceful haven, if you will, but it's also wealthy, it's cultured, it's sophisticated, it's creative, it's influential. But as we know, digging below the surface, and that's what this paper does and begins to, we do see a city that is scarred by everyday traumas, whether that be misogyny, high suicide rates, gender and sexual discrimination, casual racism, as we just saw from our discussant, and of course the stressful economic competition here that affects both ethnic Koreans and immigrants. And in some ways, of course, as we see in the global hit Squid Game, this is one of the important, I think, things that work tries to bring out for us. So, immigrants in particular face these difficulties. The quote here is everyday peace of kinship, needs, customs, livelihoods, local agency. That's true in Seoul, that's true in Korea. There are obviously other problems that were outlined, language barrier, cultural differences, lack of local networks, and consequently, to the extent that their abilities allow them to, their experience of local quotidian peace building for immigrants could, in theory, provide a very interesting and novel basis for upscaling this to peace at different levels besides the micro. And I think that this is a really important contribution. And I'll just note, by the way, as a way of responding to one of the things that you mentioned, Professor Lee, in your presentation, you were wondering what was the role of these extended local contexts, I think you called it. Obviously one of those things is social capital building. Building social capital, here is an important part of the way that immigrants can, in fact, find everyday peace. And I think looking at some of the social capital literature might be a useful thing for you to do there. You solved, at least you began to, one of the things that I pointed out in the paper here in your presentation, and that was, I think, a relative lack of empirical information. Obviously, as you mentioned, you weren't able to come here and do field work. So I think filling out your conceptual work with some of this more detailed empirical work will, I think, be pretty important. I'll just ask one question and then move on. And that question is essentially, how can we, more concretely scale up the micro level to the meso and the macro level? What kind of lessons and how do we go about doing that? I just mentioned, for instance, social media. I mean, how can social media contribute to, the everyday experiences of migrants having a positive impact at higher levels? Second, moving on to the other Professor Lee's paper. There's a lot I agree with. The series of problems in the way that Berlin and Germany more generally has handled the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of public health crisis management, attitudes towards the other practices of exclusion, racism towards non-European and non-German populations, especially those of East Asian descent, the self-congratulatory comparison to other European countries versus perhaps looking farther abroad for comparisons with Korea or Taiwan or other countries that succeeded as well in the fight against COVID in some form or another. I guess I would just say, in the first place, I think two places where I would push back a little bit or where I find some nuance might be necessary is in the first place. I do think it's legitimate to take a look at electronic privacy issues. This is a real concern. The governments all over the world, and South Korea is no exclusion here, no exception here, tend to take decisions made in crises and then maintain them in the authority that they provide in post-crisis environments, which really has the effect of being the sort of thin end of the wedge for the surveillance state. We've just recently seen, in fact, that the South Korean government, used, without telling anyone, hundreds of millions of passengers' faces taken from Incheon Airport, which has fed into AI software without mentioning this data gathering program, and that's a sort of worrisome type of thing to do. The second, I kind of wonder to some degree about the framing of this as a Germany issue rather than a human nature issue. Here in Korea, there was forced COVID-19 testing for only foreigners. We can thank Kyunghee province for that brilliant idea. Thank you, Lee Jae-myung, who's polling at like 40%. So apparently a lot of people don't find any problem with forcing foreigners to get tested, but not Koreans. This was solely based on Korean ethnicity. If you wanted to get your economic stimulus payments, guess what? Immigrants weren't allowed. If you want to have your vaccination recognition for being vaccinated abroad, I can just tell you this little story. The current measures, according to the government, Korean nationals who have been vaccinated overseas may register their inoculation record on the COVID-19 vaccination app, KUV, by visiting a local health center, while non-Korean nationals can make the registration only if they have a quarantine exemption certificate. And the explanation is, quote, this is from the KDCA, "We view that stricter standards should be applied to prove the validity of overseas vaccination records of non-Koreans compared with that of Korean nationals." Why? There's no reason given. That's just pure racism, so far as I can tell. And my point is not to push back per se at the problems that there are in Germany. Clearly they exist. It's really to say that I think that this is a human nature issue, perhaps as much as it is a Germany issue or a European issue. In any event, and I'll finish in just 1 minute, my questions would be, how can we confront some of the discrimination problems identified in this paper, both as on the local context in particular places like Germany or Korea, and also more thinking about it in terms of humanity. And then secondly, what's the right balance between privacy and government efficacy in combating a pandemic? And then finally, I got the last paper kind of late, so I don't have very specific things to say about it. It's just, I guess my one question would be, what would help civil society to better pressure states and other organizations to improve nuclear disarmament and risk mitigation. I'm obviously not a big fan of nuclear weapons either, and yet they've been around for 7 decades. How can we rethink the wheel here in terms of how it is that civil society can engage with this issue and perhaps improve? I mean, when we think back to the 1960s and 70s in the United States, there was a very active movement against nuclear weapons, and it seems to have largely died. And I'd be interested maybe in some of your thoughts about how we can improve that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Reach. And he discussed the issues of privacy in Korea and responses to COVID-19, and there were a lot of these issues in Korea as well. And I believe that the Korean government has to find a good balance, which is has not been achieved yet. Now let's move on to Dr. Jude Lal Fernando, Director from the Trinity College Dublin. I'll give you 7 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would really appreciate the work done by the Seoul Institute and the Seoul Metropolitan government in putting together this fascinating conference. The 3 papers on this panel are based on distinct contexts and approaches to peace building in cities, namely resisting racism in Germany by exposing it, intercultural communication in Korea, and heightening safety and security standards to mitigate and prevent nuclear disasters. These are 3 different contexts and also 3 different approaches to peace building, I would say. The paper presented by Unjan Lee is a highly nuanced, astute, critical reflection on the ways in which racism against the East Asians unfolds in the face of the pandemic in Germany. The second paper by Sang-Yong Lee methodically and vividly captures the life strategies of migrants in Korea in preventing discrimination while building social cohesion. Tanvi Kulkarni, after a highly detailed analysis of the danger posed by nuclear weapons, reiterates the importance of taking it seriously by the government. Even though the approaches of the 3 authors to peace building are distinct from one another, they can be considered as complementary. Unjan Lee brilliantly exposes the subtle but open racism that is operating against the Chinese community living in Berlin in particular, and Germany in general, not only concerning the origin of COVID-19, but also the management of the pandemic by the East Asian countries. The nationalist mindset that Germany is the best is forged by othering East Asia, particularly China and also Korea, as uncivilized when it comes to the spread of the virus, and Confucianist and authoritarian when it comes to the successful management of the pandemic through contact tracing apps and wearing face masks. Unjan Lee strikingly exposes the systematic and coordinated nature of racism that operates on multiple levels in the German society. For me, racism is systemic and coordinated. It's structural. Racism has not only led to numerous attacks on the Chinese nationals, but also blinded the West towards the success stories of managing the pandemic that are emerging from East Asia. Now, Unjan Lee does not stop with racism. She touches global inequalities, though briefly, which have been accentuated in the face of the pandemic. Now, let me add a little bit more about racism and its relationship to the pandemic in the major cities in the world, both in the West and in the East. The USA under the Trump administration called the virus Wuhan virus by fueling xenophobia. And some expected the liberal Democratic Biden administration to do different. The successive Biden administration, even though it appears not to be openly xenophobic, officially appointed a body to probe into the origin of the virus in China, and thereby giving a liberal, professional outlook to xenophobia. So xenophobia seems to be very respectable under the Biden administration, even though under Trump administration, it looks very vulgar and inhuman. The BBC went as far as the border of Wuhan to gather news for the West, interviewing people regarding the impact of the so-called authoritarian lockdown in the province. At a time, Italy and Spain were struggling with the high rise of the virus, which forced the respective governments to impose lockdowns. In Europe, the Roma community was racially targeted as the carriers of virus by the countries like Bulgaria, Romania, and Slovakia. Now, Unjan Lee points out our cities are becoming very diverse due to migration. Due to the unplanned lockdown in India, millions of migrant workers had to leave major cities to their villages, walking hundreds of kilometers for days and days. Some were sprayed with detergents in the cities by the city council workers who perceived them as carriers of the virus. The Hindutva groups in India named the pandemic as the Corona Jihad, falsely accusing the Muslims of spreading the virus and heightening anti-Muslim propaganda in the country. In many cities in the world, a large segment of the migrant workers have undertaken some of the most difficult jobs, such as cleaning in the cities, which have made them more vulnerable to the pandemic than those whose jobs have been digitalized, including myself, working from home. The migrant workers have no choice between life and livelihood. Racism and national global inequalities have shaped the life in the modern cities in an intersecting way. Now, one question I would like to pose to Professor Unjan Lee is, how are global inequalities, global north and south, and racism are interrelated in the cities, furthering alienation and alienation of migrants? Now, when it comes to the paper by Sunjang Lee, it is very rich in its conceptual framework and explores a bottom-up approach to peace building as distinct from top-down approaches. It recognizes the agency of the migrants who recreate the social fabric in which they live through intercultural communication. The paper captures a specific type of migration by focusing on intermarriages. It doesn't capture other types of migration. The intercultural encounters made through language learning, service centers, schools, mutual visits to each other's country, and through the internet have enhanced the meaning of peaceful coexistence of diverse members in the family unit and the local community. However, Songyan shows how these intercultural families are connected to the local community through different public institutions and services. They are also connected internationally across the borders through visits and constant communications, which have been enabled by the internet. Now, my question is, racism, discrimination is systemic, and can racism and discrimination be overcome simply by intercultural micro-level communications? And Tanvi Kulkarni, in her paper, with an insightful historical account of the weapons of mass destruction, clearly highlights the ways in which nuclear weapons pose a danger of unprecedented levels to humanity and the earth. The illusion of the states which justify the possession of nuclear weapons as means of securing international peace is exposed with great clarity. We have been reminded how these states, while continuing to maintain and further finance weapons of mass destruction, do not have sufficient safety mechanisms to prevent any accidents or possession of these weapons by non-state actors. Tanvi Kulkarni has awakened us to the dangerous impact of nuclear weapons on everyday peace. The solution seems to be somewhat top-down, where the speaker appeals to the governments to take the risk of nuclear weapons more seriously. I would fully agree with the earlier discussant's question posed to Tanvi Kulkarni regarding the role of the civil society. And one question I would like to pose to her is, do you think that the increasing global awareness regarding climate change can be merged with the decades-long anti-nuclearization campaign in the world? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for raising those different interesting points. Now, we're going to turn to the speakers. But actually, before we do that, we don't have actually a lot of time. But listening to the three speakers, I have to say that I also had a lot of questions, and I would just like to comment. But in the interest of time, I'm going to keep it short. I have a question for Dr. Lee. You said social acceptance and migrants' identity maintenance, that these two aspects are very important. But from the point of view of social acceptance, you said two things. One is
assimilation, and the other is utility of their own identity. So these were the two elements of social acceptance. But I think that they may be in conflict, because when you think about assimilation, it may not be perfect assimilation, but in order to be assimilated, you may need to give up on your identity to a certain extent. Without compromising your identity, you may not be able to be assimilated. And in many countries, they have adopted assimilation policies, but then they were not able to successfully assimilate or include these members, these migrants. And so I have this fear or concern about this. So I wonder how assimilation and identity of utility can go hand in hand.
And to Dr. Lee Eun-jung, this is similar, but you talked about this violence and relegating the East Asians to the other in Germany. But there's also the same tendency that's occurring in South Korea, where we also do the same thing to the foreigners living in our country. And so this is where the majority living in the population relegates the minority to the other and to the periphery. So I feel that this is also something that is universal. So is there anything that you would like, a message that you like to send to Korean society after what you've seen in Europe? Because we can think about the same thing here, because we could be also similarly violent against the foreigners or others living in our society. So can you maybe give some recommendations or some findings for Korean society? And lastly, to Dr. Kulkarni, I think one of the things that really spoke to me in your presentation is that we think that nuclear weapons are weapons for peace, that they're like tools for peace, that they're really for deterrence purposes, not necessarily for use. If we look at this kind of binary description of nuclear weapons, I guess we live with this fear that, okay, I mean, nobody's ever going to use these nuclear weapons. But as has been mentioned by others, there's this capacity of nuclear weapons in the world, and it's only been used once in our history, but there could be instances of mistakes or unintended use of nuclear weapons. So if we consider that, maybe we're not considering this to be such an urgent matter, because I think one of the other speakers said that climate change is also something that people have continuously talked about for decades, and only now people are showing a little bit of interest in climate action. So maybe we have to do the same for nuclear weapons, and that is my question to you, what your thoughts are on that. So we'd like to turn to the three speakers, and I'm going to go in the other order. Maybe ask Dr. Kulkarni to speak first, and then Dr. Lee Sung-young, then Lee Eun-jung. So Dr. Kulkarni, please.
Thank you, Professor Kim. So I have three questions. Professor Lee asked about how we deal with arms races. I think we need to first, pay a lot of attention to what are causing these arms races. And I can find two very obvious rationales for it. First is, of course, the security perceptions of states and the rationalization that increase in arms is the solution to greater security. And the way to deal with this rationalization is basically essentially political breakthroughs and conflict resolution mechanisms, which are then able to abate the insecurity perceptions of states. But the second rationalization to me seems a little more dangerous for arms races, and that is basically the debate about technological determinism, that once technology in a certain domain takes space, then there is sort of a domino effect. And to deal with rationalizations like technological determinism, we need international and legal barriers to the use of technologies for destructive purposes. And I'm a little skeptical on this front because increasingly we're seeing that old arms control regimes and old treaties are breaking down. So for me, that would be a more dangerous rationalization for arms races. The second question was by Professor Ritchie on civil society. Well, first, for the civil society, it's important to challenge the discourse that nuclear weapons are weapons of peace. They're needed to preserve the peace through the preservation of security, of course. And I think that the civil society has been contributing to that effort since the advent of nuclear weapons. As I briefly mentioned in my presentation, for instance, public outrage against the fallouts of nuclear tests internationally and specifically within the US were a very significant factor in pushing for the test ban treaties. National and domestic public opinions and domestic and transnational grassroots anti-nuclear movements, non-governmental organizations, and epistemic communities of scientists and lawyers have provided discursive as well as very active platforms for building and strengthening the nuclear taboo. The TPNW, for instance, was significantly driven by civil society efforts for many years preceding the treaty. So I think while civil society is a very important stakeholder and actor in international peace and security, it is often asked to step in when the governments are reluctant or fail to act. And I think this expectation from the civil society also needs to be challenged. At least in the case of nuclear weapons, where the nuclear myth has evolved top-down, emerging at the level of decision makers and then percolated into public opinion. So I think the role of the civil society is to constantly hold governments accountable for their nuclear weapons development, reduction, safety, and security. Finally, the question by Dr. Fernando and also Professor Kim on climate change discourse and nuclear weapons. Now, this is a very interesting question, and I think there are a lot that can be taken from the climate change discourse into the anti-nuclear weapons discourse. Both nuclear weapons and climate change have been accepted as existential crises or existential threats of our times. In fact, there is a lot of similarity in language also used. For instance, we talk about global warming, and in the context of nuclear weapons, we talk about the nuclear winter. So a lot of similarity in the language. It's important to understand that as world leaders sit at the COP26 summit as we speak, they're talking about preventing the destruction of the planet, while on the other hand, they also harbor weapons that can lead to the destruction of the planet. So I think the anti-nuclear discourse can take a lot from the climate change discourse. First and foremost, that collective action is needed against the existential threat of nuclear weapons, and also certain ideas like common but differentiated responsibilities. But let's see where the climate discourse goes at the moment.
Thank you very much. Next, Professor Sang-Yong Lee. Before I give my answers, I would like to mention that I really enjoyed the written comments provided to me. Thank you very much for your feedback and your comments. And I was able to gain a lot of ideas and inspiration for my next steps in my research. So Dr. Fernando and Dr. Nami Lee, I was able to see the possibility of extending my research. So I started to think about the ways to expand my research going forward. And as for comments from Professor Rich, as you mentioned already, in Seoul, the level of everyday peace experienced by people in Seoul and the level of everyday peace experienced by other people, I think there's a very big gap that was pointed out by Professor Ricci, and that was very surprising to me because as a native Korean, I may have taken things for granted. But once again, he pointed out that the look and feel of everyday peace that ordinary people may see may not be necessarily true for everyone. So within our community, we should be able to see how we can scale up this micro level of everyday peace to the macro level or larger level of everyday peace. And I've been arguing that everyday peace of individual citizens does have implication for the larger society. But once again, I think that this may not necessarily be true. In other words, micro level everyday peace may not be a full representation of the entire society, because there may be other side of the story and there may be different aspects to the society. And so there may be a lot of different discrepancies or gaps in the kinds of everyday peace that different people experience. So I really appreciate all the feedback that I received from you. So let me respond to the questions raised by Professor Fernando and Professor Ricci. And I think these questions are basically similar. Basically, you were asking whether we can scale up the micro level everyday peace to the societal level or national level everyday peace. When it comes to the Korean society, I need to study more, so I cannot give you a definite answer to this question. But as far as I understand, I think that there are two different aspects that we can take a look at. First of all, there are many female migrants in Korea. They do not act individually, but rather they start to build networks and they become part of these networks. And there are various activities performed for them to gain social acceptance, but these are not individual activities, but they're more organized based on these networks. And especially in the rural communities, there are several ramifications of these networked and organized activities of marriage immigrants. And then gradually they are driving a change in the perceptions of people. And these changes were indeed materialized. And I was able to gain insights into what kinds of changes they've been driving. So I think that there's this gradual and very meaningful change, and there's potential for such changes to take place. And secondly, these marriage migrants in Korea, I mentioned about the hyper community. At the local community level, there are these government-sponsored support programs and institutions in place, and a lot of marriage migrants are very actively involved in these programs, and they participate in these programs. So there are these connections between the migrants and the state-sponsored programs and the local government-sponsored programs. In the Korean society after the war, because every system was broken, individuals had to find their own ways on their own, but now we have more systems and programs in place, so the process may be different from what we experienced post-Korean War. And we are running short on time, so I am sorry, but we actually have used up all the time allotted for the session. So please wrap up, because we need to give time to Professor Lee as well. Yes, I understand. So, and regarding the questions from Professor Lee, I can respond to them in an email, so later on. Okay, so I hope that you will continue to exchange your ideas via email.
Yes, because we're out of time already, I'm going to keep my remarks short. I would like to thank all of our discussants for giving me their discussion points, and definitely they have given me a lot of food for thought and also made me see things that I wasn't able to see, so thank you very much for that. To Dr. Lee's question, why doesn't Germany like Korea as much, according to the survey results? At the time, when you ask Germans about Korea, they call Korea as Republic of Korea. And when they think of Korea, many Germans typically think North Korea. So when you talk about Republic of Korea, people think it's North Korea. So that's why there is a bit of a deficit there. No, maybe I think that is the reason why the opinion polls came out the way they did. And also, as Dr. Ritchie mentioned, and he raised a very crucial point. And yes, privacy and personal information protection and the government's efficiency when it comes to disease control. How should we balance the two? I think that we have to think about Kant's idea of liberalism, and there's the golden rule there. There's personal individual freedom ends when others' liberties begin. And so when we consider this concept, when we look at privacy protection for the individual and the public good, there needs to be a boundary between the two. We have to look at this boundary and tread it carefully, because this goes back to Kant's idea of liberty, and this golden rule is also something that is mentioned in Confucianism, but I think within that golden rule, perhaps we can find the right solution. That we have to protect the privacy of individuals, but if that is so restrictive, then maybe people are going to all be vaccine hesitant, which is why in Germany, we're seeing confirmed cases of about upwards of 37,000 yesterday and today. This is because many people are saying that I don't want to get the vaccine because I want to protect my privacy. So where are we going to place the priority on is the issue. So I think that is where we have to consider this ethical concerns and the philosophical concerns that are at play. In the case of Germany, what are some of the messages that, or the implications that we can get from Germany to Korea? But I wanted to talk about Berlin's cases because obviously I didn't want to show the negative aspects of Germany, but I want to talk about how in Europe, in these megacities, how many people consider that there's enlightenment in the European megacities and self-introspection, but when there's a crisis, there's this epidemic Orientalism that rears its ugly head. And so when this happens, I think that this is something that can happen universally in other cities as well. So I'm not blaming Berlin, but that this is something that can happen in other cities. If we don't continue to work on ourselves, then the tendency to limit others as the other is going to happen. And this is something that we have to connect together. How are we going to connect inequality and racism? And this is also something that we have to consider. But for megacities, because they are these big inhabited places, that there could be ghettoization where inequality and racism can exist together. And when that happens, all of these things that were not visible have been exposed because of the pandemic. And so I think that in these megacities, these massive big spaces, because all of these problems have been so exposed, perhaps we have to think about this once again, which is why I raised that question. Sir, ma'am, we're very sorry, but you are speaking too much at length. Thank you very much.
So the topic of everyday peace is dear to our hearts. So we may want to continue on with our dialogue forever. But once again, thank you very much for your participation, and the three speakers and the three discussants. Thank you very much for your valuable inputs and your insightful comments. Thank you very much. And this is the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our presenters, discussants, as well as our moderator. Well, this brings us to a close for session 4 of the Seoul Peace Initiative Conference 2021. And that concludes our conference as well. I hope that this was a great opportunity for everyone to share their views on peace and security issues that are happening around the world, and of course to share the international perspectives on peace, coexistence, and prosperity. Well, again, let me express my gratitude to all of the presenters and speakers and the moderators for their contributions. And for those of you who require the concept papers of our speakers, you can find them online on our official website. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation during these odd hours. And please do stay safe and healthy. And I hope to see you next year. Thank you very much.